Good morning, everyone. I'll now reopen the inquiry. Yesterday, as you will recall, we had to adjourn the inquiry in the morning, but we had a very successful site inspection in the afternoon. And thanks to all that managed to come to the site visit, we found it most useful. When we wrote the evidence, though, we were part of the way through the re-examination of Dr. Cosgrove, and we're due to pick up where we left off on that today. And next in the programme will be Dr. McMullen. The final witness for the applicant on the natural heritage session of the inquiry would be Dr. Bowie. And we'll need to, at some stage today, assess the progress that we're making and work out when we're going to be able to hear from him. We've had a chat with the parties about the possibility of coming back on Monday afternoon in order to try and make up some lost ground. But I appreciate that that may not be ideal for some of the parties. So let's just take stock later on in the day and see how we're doing, and then work out the best way forward from there. Anything that we should discuss first thing?
Sir, if there's a serious... If there's a serious proposition to sit on Monday afternoon, I think, speaking entirely for myself, the sooner we know about that, the better, because there are meetings that have to be moved. Would you be thinking, sir, of 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, or even earlier midday? I'm not quite sure what you have in mind.
We were thinking of possibly 1:30, but I think we'll have to take stock and ask Miss Wilson in particular whether she's happy to come back for an afternoon session on Monday, and we'll revisit that as soon as we can. I take your point. Anything else? Okay, would you like to pick up where you left off, Miss Wilson?
Thank you, sir. Morning, Dr. Cosgrove.
Good morning.
Now, toward the end of Wednesday afternoon, I was exploring with you the relevance of the new guidance from SIAM on mitigation hierarchy. Could you have that back in front of you, please? It's NC 156, I think. Do you need that as well, Dr.
Yes, I need it. Sorry, I was waiting for it. Thank you.
The mitigation hierarchy in section 1.4. And I had asked you as to how you would categorise different forms of the various measures that are set out in the Biodiversity Net Gain Report, CD 150.
Yes, that's correct.
We've gone through that bit by bit. And you'd explain the basis upon which you considered the 3 stages in the new mitigation hierarchy have been followed.
Yes.
In your ecological impact assessment?
Not strictly, because this came out afterwards, but it's the process is very similar. The key difference was that the word minimisation replaced mitigation in the actual hierarchy itself.
I have that. You were asked a number of different questions about SIAM 2018 guidance. But just before I look at that as well, could you look at 10.5, please, on page 83.
That's the page with called or apply the mitigation hierarchy.
Yes, could you just read out that paragraph?
Section 1.4 advises on applying the mitigation hierarchy. Taking each step of the mitigation hierarchy in turn, considering all possibilities before moving on to the next step, is essential to demonstrate that good practice principles were followed.
And then the advice for planning authorities in the next box. Could you read that out, please?
When developing biodiversity policies for a local plan, highlight the importance of applying the mitigation hierarchy in accordance with the national planning policy. Consider providing guidance clarifying how to demonstrate application of the mitigation hierarchy as part of a planning application. Evidence of application of the mitigation hierarchy is a key element in assessing and determining a planning application.
Could you please look at your guidance note that you've produced as part of your evidence, which I think is APP 2.13.
Is this in my inquiry?
It's part of your productions that accompany your inquiry report.
Which number, sorry?
APP 2.13.
This is the IEM 2006
Yes.
guidance.
How does this relate to the 2018 SIAM guidance that you're being referred to by Mr. Mackay?
Broadly speaking, the theme of avoid then was called mitigate and then compensate, follows through all the guidance. There are slight changes in the terms, but there's consistency between the 2006 guidance, the 2018 guidance, and the 2019, the new guidance on biodiversity net gain. There's a general direction of flow to follow the set procedure in that or in the mitigation hierarchy order, and it's been best practice for a long time.
Do you see any inconsistency with this 2016 guidance and the 2018 guidance?
I don't see any particular inconsistency, no.
Could you look please at that 2018 guidance that you asked about in cross-examination? That's SNH 120. SNH 120.
Okay.
In your evidence in chief, I think it was.
Sorry, just getting the guidance. So I now have it in front of me.
If you could turn to 6.1, please.
This is entitled at the top of the page, Avoidance, Mitigation, Compensation and Enhancement.
Yes. Do we see there it says a sequential process should be adopted
Yes.
to avoid, mitigate and compensate negative ecological impacts and effects.
Yes.
this is often referred to as the mitigation hierarchy.
Indeed.
For most projects, avoidance, mitigation, compensation and enhancement measures should be identified as part of the ecological impact assessment process. What would you describe from the aspirations for the site management plan?
I would consider those... Sorry,
I haven't finished the
I
question.
thought you had.
That's good. I'm not moving that quickly today, so assume that I haven't finished until I look at you.
Okay.
What would you describe within the aspirations site management plan as measures that are enhancement?
I think they could be considered to be mitigation, and they could also be considered to be compensation. Different elements are probably better badged under one thing than the other.
If you turn to 6.5, or go down the page to 6.5, and there's this phrase that's been used a lot in the evidence so far,
Yes.
compensation, third sentence, compensation should always be seen as a last resort when all other mitigation options have been exhausted.
Yes.
I think this perhaps was the paragraph that Mr. Brown was putting to the SNH witness before. At the end of your evidence on Wednesday, you said that you didn't always see this phrase, last resort, as being positive.
Yes, there is a sequential step, and I don't see that the last step should always be seen as negatively, but there seems to be a connotation that it's a negative thing to do. Clearly, you should avoid impacts in the first place and then try and minimise them. But it's still a legitimate consideration to look at compensation at the end, but it tends to be sort of frowned upon, I would say, or rather it's seen as not as good as the other steps.
And then in paragraph 6.10 over the page, if you turn to that, that paragraph begins with a sentence, the distinction between mitigation and compensation can be difficult to determine. Where ecological equivalence can be delivered without the project site, this is sometimes incorrectly considered mitigation rather than compensation. However, the correct distinction between mitigation and compensation is that mitigation avoids or reduces the occurrence of negative impacts and effects, and compensation addresses effects which are residual after avoidance and mitigation have been considered.
Yes.
This is a paragraph, I think, that Mr. Rooney relies upon in his evidence. How do you reconcile the content of that paragraph with the two that we've just looked at, 6.1 and 6.5?
Well, I would look at the issue of June Heath in particular as being considered to be compensation because we're having a likely significant effect on June Heath with the development. And so I don't think that the work on June Heath translocation can be badged, if you like, as anything other than compensation, whereas many of the other aspirational conservation plans and outlined could be considered to be mitigation because they're not offsetting residual effects or likely significant residual effects.
At the beginning of your evidence on the new 2019 guidance,
Yes.
you mentioned that in your view, this different hierarchy that uses minimise rather than mitigation
Yes.
was to avoid confusion.
Yes.
What did you base that on?
I base that on the actual first thing we read out, or I read out, which is they described they substituted the word in the hierarchy, the second stage down, as it's now minimisation instead of mitigation. So,
could you point that out, please? Do you still have it?
yes. I can't remember what was it 10.4? The first thing I read out. Okay, so it's section 1.4, the mitigation hierarchy, and it's on page 7. And table 1.2 defines the 3 stages. And this is where the first time I've seen the guidance specifically change and that the word mitigation be removed and minimisation going in stage 2.
So would it be fair to say that that's your inference from that?
That's my inference from that, yes. So obviously we did the previous assessment using the previous guidance, but now if it was done in 2019, we would call that second stage minimisation instead.
Now, at the end of these, this guidance, we have a series of technical notes.
Yes.
And if you turn to page 113.
113.
Yes.
Technical notes, part E.
If you just read out the paragraph below the photograph that explains the purpose of them.
This part contains the technical notes on key aspects of BNG, biodiversity net gain. These are aimed at practitioners who require detailed guidance on implementing BNG, including practitioners within the industry, local planning authorities and statutory agencies. The notes also show other stakeholders what is involved with implementing BNG.
Then we can see from the list that there's different topics dealt with in the different briefing notes.
Yes.
And if you turn into the first of those notes, there's an explanation given as to how it is envisaged that this guidance would relate to planning policy.
Yes.
And if you turn to the relevant part for Scotland at page 117.
Yes.
And do we see in the paragraph T1.52, there's reference to the MPF and Scottish Government 2014, which I believe is meant to be a reference to SPP.
Right, I'll take
your
word on that.
I'm not going to ask you any questions about planning policy. You'll be pleased
Thank you.
read. But we see that the next paragraph says, this document does not currently make a specific reference to the duty of planning authorities to account for impacts to biodiversity during developments. The fourth MPF will include updated Scottish planning policy. Preparation should begin in 2019 and offers an opportunity to integrate BNG more formally.
Yes.
And then there is a specific reference to SPP. And it sets out over the next paragraph, next page in the last paragraph, the SPP includes a section on valuing the natural environment where it is stated that the Scottish planning system should take account of the need to maintain healthy ecosystems and seek benefits from biodiversity from new development where possible, including the restoration of degraded habitats and the avoidance of further fragmentation or isolation of habitats.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but just checking which document's been referred to here, which paragraph?
It's the paragraph immediately above T1.5.3. And then in T1.5.3 there's reference to the Nature Conservation Scotland Act and the general duty.
Yes.
And I think Mr. Coll raised with you during your cross-examination that adverse impacts on other species were relevant in that context.
Yes.
Based on your involvement with this project since 2015, can you tell the inquiry whether or not the approach that you've taken in conjunction with the golf course architects and the client reflects these principles?
I would say so. We've tried all the way along to avoid its impacts as best as possible, and I outlined that at the start of my evidence in relation to my discussions with the golf course architect, and identified where thought likely significant effects might lie, and then we sought to avoid. We sought then to minimise, and that's been carried through in terms of mitigation work that's outlined in the biodiversity net gain report.
Just in passing, for the reporters, in technical note T10, communicating biodiversity net gain, that starts at page 154.
Yes.
On Wednesday, you made mention of the statement to the effect that BNG, sorry, just using the wording, I'm looking at the penultimate bullet point on page 154.
Yes.
Irreplaceable habitats and statutory designated sites. And you made mention of the fact that the guide is clear that losses of irreplaceable habitats or statutory designated sites, the latter being the relevant one here,
Yes.
cannot be offset to achieve BNG. What do you understand that to mean? That it can be offset to achieve it. You gave something of an answer at the beginning of your evidence, which I didn't pursue with you, but we have you noted as saying that it's a badging exercise.
Yes. Many different policies in relation to mitigation should be delivered. What you actually call it at the end of the day is somewhat an exercise, shall we say, in language and in defining things. And I see this guidance saying that work within designated sites should still try to avoid and minimise impacts and effects, but you can't claim, because of the importance of those sites, that this is biodiversity net gain per se. It's the phrase that it's so I think that it's a badging exercise.
So if it's not biodiversity net gain per se, how would you describe it for the reporters?
I'd describe it as mitigation and, in some places, enhancement.
And in respect to the measures within the BNG report, we
Yes.
can go to it if you want to, but what would you describe in that report as being enhancements?
There are several, and most of the
well,
elements are...
Let me give it to you then. If you just bear with me a minute. CD 1.48.
So, in this document, biodiversity net gain at Coul links, the measures that I defined or outlined as biodiversity net gain previously were the cessation of shooting during the wintertime of the SPA species. That's not something that the developer's doing, so this is something that we're taking away. So I think this is an enhancement measure. We're not offsetting a number of birds that we're going to be killing, so this is quite simply enhancement as an example. And there's a range of other measures, some of which will be enhancement and some of which I think would be maybe better described as mitigation.
Well, could you just identify the enhancement ones?
Right. You could consider much of the work on invasive species as enhancement. The site is being degraded. It's not planned that the development will cause invasive species to expand, so tackling that issue could be considered enhancement. Habitat restoration within the felled conifer area could be considered to be enhancement. even though it's not specifically in the biodiversity net gain report, other issues that were discussed and are picked up in Mr. Haspel and Mr. Taylor's evidence are things like the creation of open sand areas.
That was the discussion of scraping back so that there was open sand.
Yes.
How much land is involved in that? Do you know?
It hasn't been determined, but I think, if I recall, Professor Pye recommended 10% of the site should be bare sand. Off the top of my head, though, I can't give you a metric for what's currently there, but it's not 10% of the site. So I think there's considerable scope for doing that.
I think there's reference in that document. I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but there's reference in that document to the 10 to 15% metric that was referred to.
Yes.
Could you find that, please?
In this document. I don't think there's well, I don't know where it is.
So we can perhaps just provide that reference later.
It's 5.2.1, the last second paragraph, 5.2.1.
Could you just read out there what it says about that objective?
The version here, I don't have 5.2.1. It's maybe I'm looking at the wrong document. I'm looking at the biodiversity net gain report, and there's simply just sections, and it doesn't have paragraph numbers on it.
CD 1.48. Is that the number under the tab?
I wonder whether you're looking at the wrong document there. We're looking at the management plan aspirations.
Oh, right. So, yes, I was looking at the wrong document. So,
5.1.48. Sorry, no, that was the document number. Sorry, sir.
It's 5.2.1, which is on page 8.
Okay, I have that in front of me. It's headed botanical.
And can you just confirm what it says about that objective in terms of 10 to 15%?
Botanical interests will be conserved by way of appropriate management geared to translocation and the gradual expansion of juniper through to increasing the extent of bare sand for important subordinate forbs, such as outlined above. Such work will be ongoing during the operational phase of the development and will seek guidance to restore favourable condition status to maintaining 10 to 15% of bare sand overall.
Now, there was reference to that document during your cross-examination by my learned friend, Mr. Mackay. And at the end of the proceedings on Wednesday, I put a question to you that was objected to on the basis that it was leading when, after going through certain of the mitigation measures, I asked you whether or not it was principally down to the translocation that led you to conclude that in contrast to Professor Angus, that the residual effects were non-significant.
Yes.
Now, in fact, that question had already been asked of you by Mr. Little.
Yes.
At which time you confirmed that the question that was put to you by Mr. Little was whether it was fair to say the most influential aspect of mitigation is that translocation effect, which you're noted as saying yes. And the follow-up question was, therefore, it was a reduction to non-significant residual effects. Therefore, the reduction to non-significant residual effects is attributable to the translocation.
That's correct.
Your response to that was predominantly, but not exclusively. And my own friend, Mr. Mackay, then resumed that cross-examination and said that there were another two issues. One was the management plan that you're looking at the moment, and the other was the issue of natural expansion.
Yes.
Thereafter, you were asked a number of questions in relation to the 2018 guidance on this question of mitigation and whether or not compensation was mitigation. Can you clarify for the reporters what your position is in evidence as to how you get to non-significant residual effects.
Sorry, again, for precisely the same reasons that I took objection on Wednesday, this witness has confirmed, not only during cross-examination, but this morning in re-examination, that there's a likely significant effect on June Heath. So the question is inaccurate, and again, amounts to leading and cross-examining his own witness, her own witness. It's my submission is entirely inappropriate, given this witness's very clear position on the issue.
Again, sirs, my learned friend is incorrect as he was on Wednesday afternoon. He didn't put what he thought was a concession into its proper context. There were questions being asked of Dr. Cosgrove in 2018. I've discussed this matter with my learned friend, and I've told him that as far as I'm concerned, this is a submission point. We will all take what we take from the evidence. I've had my team recheck the evidence during the course of yesterday. They've gone back onto the videos. They've provided essentially a transcript, and I have submissions to make on what my learned friend thinks is his interpretation of the evidence. The question was put by Mr. Liddell. That's on record. There was then a series of questions in relation to the 2018. That's on record. The re-examination this morning did not, contrary to my learned friend's submission, establish that likely significant effects, whereas my learned friend puts it, there's a distinction between residual and there's a distinction between the initial assessment. And I'm certainly clear in my mind that Dr. Cosgrove has always, and Alba Ecology have always been consistent in their statement that they agree with SNH that the loss of 7.99 hectares is a likely significant effect. I'm clear that we're discussing what we get to as a residual effect. At the end of the day, I'm not entirely convinced, having looked at the matter last weekend, that we're doing much more than arguing over semantics as to where you fit it into the hierarchy. But, excuse me, my learned friend, throughout his cross-examination, when Dr. Cosgrove sought to refer to the 2019 guidance, he was told that he wasn't being asked about that, it was the 2018 guidance. Mr. Liddell then put to Dr. Cosgrove that I could take him to it in re-examination if I thought it appropriate. That's what I'm doing. I want to be clear what his evidence is having regard to that guidance.
Sir, if I may respond briefly, this is not a matter of semantics. As you, I'm sure, will understand and appreciate, there's a legal responsibility of ministers to take their decision understanding what the likely significant effects are. Prior to this inquiry, it had been the position of Alba Ecology that there was a potential for likely significant effects on June Heath, but that was reduced to a non-significant effect because of, amongst other things, the habitat translocation. Having been cross-examined on the matter, Dr. Cosgrove has explained that although there is a broader mitigation hierarchy in identifying residual likely significant effects, translocation of June Heath should be regarded as compensation and therefore is not relevant at that stage of the process. He confirmed that very fairly during his cross-examination, and he said it again this morning that there was a likely significant effect on June Heath. It was entirely proper and appropriate, and that was a matter that will require to be reported to ministers. Although there was reference to the 2019 guidance, I previously read the guidance. It wasn't necessary to take the witness to the document because it says nothing that's inconsistent with what Dr. Cosgrove has said in his cross-examination and indeed this morning. In other words, there's been a change in the terminology that's used in the second stage of the process, but fundamentally the process remains exactly the same. And nothing that my learned friend has put to the witness this morning changes that position. So the question is objectionable for two reasons. One, it is leading, and secondly, it is designed to create what is an inaccurate impression of this witness's evidence. Yes, it is accepted that prior to his evidence at the inquiry, Alba Ecology had identified a non-significant likely effect on June Heath, but that position has changed as a consequence of his cross-examination and also the evidence that he gave this morning, which is perfectly plain, my respectful submission. And insofar as my learned friend has been provided with transcripts of what occurred on Wednesday afternoon, I watched the footage, sir, so I'm very clear, having rewatched the footage, very clear what Dr. Cosgrove explained in his evidence, as he again has done this morning.
I don't accept at all my friend's understanding of the evidence, and ultimately it's going to be a matter of few. I don't accept it's a leading question because I've set the context within which it's asked. I would suggest, sir, to move forward, and I think it's very important for both you and Mr. Little to have clarity on this, because it's quite clear you're going to have competing closing submissions as to what Dr. Cosgrove's evidence is. I would suggest that either you or Mr. Little asks Dr. Cosgrove the answer, and then there can be no objection. So, sorry, the question.
I would suggest that that will be necessary only if you think it is necessary. If you are clear as to Dr. Cosgrove's position, as I've outlined in my submission a moment ago, then there's no need for that line of inquiry.
Okay, I can see that this is an issue between the parties which will crop up significantly in closing submissions. We have our own notes of what was said at the various stages of the inquiry, the cross-examination, re-examination, which we have the opportunity to re-examine at our leisure. We also, like the rest of the parties, will have the opportunity to watch the transcript. So I don't propose today to revisit what has been said or analyse or quote what has been said in answer at a previous stage of the witness's evidence. Given that there's the opportunity to come back to the matter in closing submissions, I can't see any reason to interrupt the flow of the questions that are being asked at the moment. Okay, thank you.
Sir, with the greatest respect, if a question is leading, that's not appropriate at all in re-examination, so that is a basis to interfere. Leaving aside the line of questioning, if a question is leading in re-examination on such an important issue, that, in my respectful submission, is not appropriate, and the question would have to be reframed.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Wilson will bear that in mind in her framing of the question. Thank you.
Right, sir. Dr. Cosgrove, you will, from that exchange, understand what the issue is clearly.
Yes.
Now, in your own words, could you tell the reporters what your position is, both in terms of the assessment of likely significant effects and in terms of the assessment of residual effects?
In relation to the June Heath, specifically, the position that I've taken is that the loss of June Heath due to land take is definitely going to happen. So it's a certain effect. The magnitude, the scale, the size, all indicate, in the context of the resource on the site and the importance of the site, that there, were that to occur, it would be a likely significant effect. In my determination, I considered that the experience, the practical knowledge and the evidence provided by Mr. Haspel and Mr. Taylor convinced me, whilst doing my work, that the translocation of the habitat that would be damaged, lost through land take elsewhere, would offset those effects to the level where I would be comfortable saying that the likely significant effect would disappear with this enhancement or mitigation, compensation, and you would therefore not have residually, likely significant residual effects.
Sorry, just I appreciate this, Mr. Wilson, re-examining, but if for clarity, is the question, or the answer rather, related to the assessment at the time of the EIA, or his assessment now? Because that's the crucial aspect.
That was the process I went through at the time.
And what is your position today?
It basically remains the same.
And just before we leave this document, for the reporter's benefit, do we see the technical note T11, page 158?
So the 2019 guidance.
We're back to the CD 156 2019 guidance.
Technical note 10, communicating biodiversity net gain. Did you say?
11.
11. Sorry.
Page 158.
Yes.
There's a discussion here about biodiversity net gain, natural capital and ecosystem services, which was referred to by Professor Angus in evidence. Was there previously guidance such as this in relation to the concept of ecosystem services and biodiversity?
Not specifically, certainly in the 2006 guidance. And I would say that the concepts of natural capital and ecosystem services have kind of come to the fore in biodiversity conservation and planning in recent years. And so it's, without wanting to go into discussions about ecosystem services, it's just a greater recognition of the role that these habitats and species can play in our life and the importance in our economy and our livelihoods. And so the previous guidance back to 2006 had less emphasis on that and more strictly on the nature side of it rather than what the functions can do for us as a society. And so this is a sort of a shift and an emphasis that biodiversity conservation isn't just about conserving biodiversity, it's doing good things for us as well, and the services that are provided by doing that.
Now, Mr. Coul, when he was cross-examining you, asked you a number of questions about the survey periods for IDA.
Yes.
When is it that IDA would be using the site for breeding purposes?
There are no records. We had no evidence of them actually breeding on the site, but they are present offshore and also into the Loch Fleet estuary throughout the year in varying numbers.
And what's the breeding season for IDA?
It's typical springtime, April. The birds are starting to pair up at the moment. And we would expect them to be on site in April, May and June, and then if they're successful, hanging around with chicks in little IDA creches offshore into July, and then you have molt flocks where all the birds go together and molt their flight feathers, and they have to stay on the sea then at that point in time because they're very vulnerable to predation.
So which months would, if they were to use the site, would you expect to observe them on the development site?
Well, I would expect them to be there in April and May, but there was no evidence of that during the breeding bird surveys at all.
You were asked some questions about Fonseca seed fly, and you referred to the fact that your studies had demonstrated that there was an extended known flight range.
Yes.
What do you mean by flight range?
Flight range is the time it's been recorded. Many species have particularly short duration flight periods, and if you conduct surveys and the species in question has a known short flight period, it'll be pointless doing a survey out with that period of time because you'd get a false negative. You could go out there and survey in September and you wouldn't collect any Fonseca seed fly, and you'd be left with the false impression that there were none present. So it's important to synchronise your survey timings with known flight periods. But because of the lack of knowledge on the ecology of Fonseca seed fly, it was considered wise for us to begin surveys before the start of the known flight period and continue them through the flight period until just afterwards, and that's how we've extended the range, not by a large amount, but enough to suggest that we're learning more every time we look at Fonseca seed fly.
During my learned friend Mr. Campbell's cross-examination, he was under reference to the scoping letter asking you where one found an assessment within the ES of integrity. Could you have the ES itself, which is CD 1.7?
Can I get rid of the 2019? Thanks.
Turn to page 215.
205.
215.
215. It's the heading at the top of the page is Lochfleet SSSI.
Yes, that's right. Table B26, I don't think you were taken to this.
No, I wasn't.
Could you explain your approach in looking at integrity?
The approach to integrity is to look at the tests on integrity and to consider whether... Sorry.
Just wait a minute, Dr. Cosgrove. Is there a technical problem?
I was just asking what page that was, and it seems to have created a problem by asking that.
215.
It's in the section 5.5.3.4.1.
Which is on page...
Which is on page 2, written page 215. I think we're a page ahead electronically. It should be table B26. The second of the management objectives is to restore the condition of the sand dune habitat.
Yes.
And you summarise their position that I think is agreed with SNH with the exception of the nature of the impact on dune heath.
Yes.
When you carried out this assessment, obviously from this table you used management objectives.
Yes.
Why did you approach it in that way?
Wherever possible, you try to be objective and clear on how you've carried out an integrity assessment. And the best way of doing that is to look at the site management details, where they provide management objectives. This is the idea of how the SSSI should be, how it should be now and how it should be in the future. And then you have to look to see whether the proposed development is going to compromise or those issues or potentially compromise those issues. And so you can systematically go through in a transparent way. You take each of the management objectives, you outline them, and then you look at the impacts. And there you can see clearly, and if, for instance, somebody has a difference of opinion with you in the way that you've assessed one of them, then they can see where that is, rather than just saying, we don't think there's a problem here. You've systematically laid out as provided in the site management objectives.
And from the bottom paragraph there, it's recorded that the conclusion that you reached and is reported in the ES is that if the proposed development goes ahead, as the available information indicates the favourable conservation status of the Lochfleet SSSI will not be affected.
That's correct, yes.
In reaching that conclusion,
Yes.
what did you place reliance upon?
Well, I placed reliance on a number of things, and I had to take issue occasionally with some things that were written. There is a site integrity assessment for Coul links that was provided by SNH, and they go through things, and I had a look at how SNH had considered this. I don't know if we have a site integrity assessment for Coul links available, but I can speak to it if we do. But I looked at that, and I went through the conservation objectives and looked at what was going to be happening and what was being proposed through all the conservation measures.
Final matter, Dr. Cosgrove, you mentioned in your evidence in chief about the review of the ES that was carried out by 4 of your peers at the Institute as a consequence of the complaint that was made.
Yes, I think it would be fair to characterise that they did look at the ES, but they reviewed the complaint as well.
You told the inquiry that it was from an objector. We've obviously got very many objection letters in this case. You didn't give the name of the objector.
No, I tried to maintain integrity and not name anybody publicly because I don't feel I want to make it personal, even though it feels very personal. That was the decision I made, not to name the person.
But did you satisfy yourself as to whether it was an objector?
Oh yes, it was from an objector.
Thank you, sirs.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson, and thank you to Dr Cosgrove. Thank you. Let's take a short break here before we introduce the next witness, Dr McMullen. We'll make it 10 minutes, shall we, and resume at 25 to.
Yes, thank you, sir. So the next witness for the applicants is Dr. Andy McMullen, and he has a precognition and an inquiry report. Do you have both of those there, Dr. McMullen? Just so that there's a clear understanding of your topics and what you're covering, could you read through part of your precognition and then I'll stop you?
In this precognition, I have addressed a number of issues raised in evidence by NC, and in particular Dr Dargy, in relation to potential impacts on species of botanical interest on the Coul link site. The approach I have adopted has been to take examples from the evidence of NC that demonstrate the inherent flaws in Dr Dargy's approach. Equally, I do not agree with the criticisms raised by the Save Coul Links Conservation Coalition, and my lack of comments regarding their submissions should not be seen as agreement with their arguments. Not Coul have raised concerns over the occurrence of 2 notable species, Baltic rush and shoreweed, through the inquiry report from Dr Dargy. The specific concerns are that the species are not included in the ES baseline survey, Baltic rush will be impacted by the development, and that shoreweed is forming an internationally important habitat. In relation to the notable species, Not Coul conflate a national vegetation classification survey focused on habitats and vegetation with a floristic survey that focuses upon species. The arguments based on this conflation do not therefore undermine the ES, which conforms to standard guidance. Furthermore, the failure of SNH staff in October 2018 to locate the Baltic rush at a known location where it was located by Botanico a month later does not imply any incompetence on the part of SNH's staff, but instead it reflects the difficulty and unreliability of consistently locating a diminutive plant amongst a tangle of vegetation. Concerns over impacts upon Baltic rush are therefore best addressed by a habitat-based approach and by the applicant mapping of its distribution across Coul links. The rush is in two locations that flank Fairway 13 and its managed rough. It is not directly impacted by their creation. And these two Baltic rush locations represent 3% of the population mapped by Botanico, or myself, across 4 days of survey in November 2018. In relation to shoreweed, it now appears to be accepted by Dr. Dorgy and not Coul that shoreweed is not present as an important European designated habitat. However, the ecology of the species is still confused in the same report from Dr. Dorgy, in which it is identified as an indicator of low nutrients and then used to develop a hydrological model. As I have reported in my inquiry report, its location in nutrient-enriched, improved grassland next to Coul links demonstrates its dependency on open vegetation conditions and tolerance of a range of nutrient levels.
If I can just interrupt you there, Dr. McMullen. You then deal with invasive species, and in section 3 you list at 3.1 the different invasive species that you identified, which I think is slightly more extensive than the environmental statement. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Which species in particular?
Bramble and false oatgrass within the felled plantation area, gorse and birch scrub in the north, burnet rose on dry dune habitats throughout the site, and meadowsweet within the dune slacks.
I don't think it's necessary to read through the remainder of that section because we have already had quite a lot of evidence, and I think the reporters are well aware of the invasive species that we're looking at, but it is a matter that you specifically studied in your review of the algal ecology work. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you go to section 4 and read on, please?
Construction of the golf course would result in minor and not significant fragmentation and changes to the connectivity of the dune heath and slack habitats. This would locally limit the vegetative spread of some species and potentially facilitate the dispersal of others, such as the lichens within the dune heath. The lichens would also be favoured in areas of managed rough through reduction of the associated heather canopy and therefore reduced competition from higher plants. This management of the rough emulates the wind clipping of heather at high altitudes that results in low stature, lichen-rich heath. As a result, the effect of fragmentation on dune heath is minor and not significant, and this view is supported by the viability of already isolated dune heath areas. Changes in connectivity are unlikely to have a significant effect upon the dune slack areas because of their resultant size, and isolation is comparable to that of already isolated small dune slacks, and the viability of these is evident from the presence of Baltic rush within them, for example. Not Coul deny the competence of those involved in preparation of the ES and the input provided by SEPA and SNH, and in do so they fail to engage in good scientific practice, such as reflective practice, the formation and testing of multiple working hypotheses, reference to peer-reviewed literature, or engagement in scientific inquiry with an understanding of concepts such as accuracy or precision and or the error associated with instruments or differing scales of mapping.
Before you leave that, Dr. McMullen, what do you mean by reflective practice?
Well, scientific practice is based upon critical reasoning, and as well as reasoning critically over the subject matter that you're engaged with, it's also important to reflect critically. It's also important to reflect critically upon yourself and what you're actually doing and why you're doing it and how you're doing it and what the results that you have actually mean.
Okay, if you carry on, please. 5.2.
The alternative hydrological model and questioning of the views, capability and experience of the applicant's hydrologist, as well as the views of SEPA and SNH, can be used as illustrating the poor science of Not Coul's approach. As mentioned above in the evidence from Not Coul, meadowsweet is used as an indicator of groundwater nutrient enrichment with no consideration of alternative hypotheses. As a result, the potential for nutrient inputs from the overwintering birds is not considered when it alone explains the distribution of the meadowsweet in dune slacks. This relationship was identified by myself during 4 days of fieldwork in November 2018, whereas Not Coul have only realised its significance in early 2019, after at least 2 years of fieldwork and a longer period of association with the dunes. This misinterpretation of the holistic function of the dune system is likely to have arisen through overt application of the National Vegetation Classification. This has been applied dogmatically in an attempt to undermine the ES Habitat and Vegetation Survey data. In doing so, Coul have demonstrated a flawed but allegedly scientific approach that is summarised below.
Could I just check that you mean overt application of the NVC rather than over? It is overt that you mean?
Yes, it's been applied in a very dogmatic fashion. A 90% figure of accuracy is stated by Dr. Dargy and Coul to be the agreement between surveyors in a complex site like Coul, but this has no basis. Scientific studies, such as AP 3.14, the most recent such study, has identified a real agreement between 7 surveyors who were experienced of 77.6% at the habitat level, 34.2% at the National Vegetation Classification community level, and 18.5% at the National Vegetation Classification sub-community level on a less complex upland site. The average correspondence between the environmental statement and Coul data is stated to be, by Dr. Dargy, 35.52%. As a result, there is almost twice the correspondence than would be anticipated by comparison with this averaged independent measure. This figure rises to over twice the anticipated level of agreement when the matching NVC communities alone are considered. Uncritical acceptance of the Coul assumptions and assertions by other witnesses has resulted in additional inappropriate attacks on the environmental statement. SNH, for example, draw attention to the well-known limitations of National Vegetation Classification data, and this is not considered by Coul, or the evidence then dependent upon Coul's assumptions and assertions. Additional errors in the Coul data also potentially arise in the use of one-dimensional lines and points to provide a measure of two-dimensional areas. This is not a direct comparison. Coul does not consider scale, and the approach is not tested by Coul inherently or by reference to objective, unbiased, and critically reviewed literature, such as AP 3.14. Direct comparison of areas was used in AP 3.14, for example, even though it is technically difficult, in comparison to the one-dimensional measures used by Coul. Furthermore, Coul conflate fundamental measures such as the plus or minus 2 metres error limits of a Magellan GPS unit as accuracy, when it in fact indicates a degree of precision, and the accuracy of measurements is down to how the GPS unit is used. Furthermore, the potential atmospheric variations on the GPS signal that result in an additional source of error do not appear to have been considered. As this concise appraisal of the Coul evidence demonstrates, I disagree with both of the following assertions that Coul's conclusion on ecological assessment is based on a series of careful data checks and its own knowledge of Coul links. And I also disagree that Coul's evidence-based methodology is transparent and fully explained. In my professional opinion, it is not based on substantiated evidence and analysis, nor is it based upon a proper understanding or application of scientific concepts and methods.
Thank you. And I don't think it's necessary for you to read through the conclusions. We can take those from the body of your recognition. Looking firstly at issues between yourself and the evidence of Professor Angus, I think there are two main issues that you're going to address and can address in evidence. One is the land take matrices, and the other is the topic of fragmentation and edge effect. Dealing firstly with the land take calculations, could you have the environmental statement in front of you, and that's CD 1.7 and SNH's response to Highland Council of 19th February 2018, CD 2.19.
Sorry, Ms. Wilson, what was the CD number?
2.19. And if you turn to the part that we've been looking at already, to some extent, tables B18 and B19, the text being starting from page 205. A general question to begin with, Dr. McMullen. What do you understand to be the difference between the 14.9 hectare figure that we see in the letter of 18th February in the table on page 2 and the figure of 7.99?
Yes, that boils down chiefly to the consideration of how the managed rough has been considered. In the environmental statement, it's considered as habitat modification and therefore not included in land take calculations. And furthermore, in the environmental statement, the focus was on the pure areas of habitats and not upon the matrices, which have been added differently by SNH.
It's explained, as has been referred to already within it, the evidence, the dune heath within the study area is considered nationally important, and the approach taken was the pure dune heath, as listed in table B18, was extracted and put into table B19. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your professional opinion, what do you consider is the correct approach in terms of separating out what the type of habitat we find in the matrices as opposed to what's referred to as pure dune heath?
Sorry to interrupt here, but as I understood it from the question that was put to a witness earlier by Ms Wilson, and also from the evidence of Dr Cosgrove, that there was no dispute about the correct approach, because Dr Cosgrove accepted they were both correct. Now, if there was to be a line of evidence to the effect that one was more correct than the other, then that ought to be the subject of the precognition or inquiry report, so that instructions could be taken and cross-examined on that point.
So I'm asking Dr McMullen what his opinion is. Obviously, if there are differences between Dr Cosgrove and Dr McMullen, they'll have to be addressed in closing submission. I think if this witness answers the question, then it'll be clear what his position is.
Yes, certainly from the reporter's point of view, we would like to be entirely sure on this matter. There may conceivably be more than one legitimate way of reaching a total, but we need to understand where the figures have come from so that we can make our own judgment. Thank you.
Could you answer the question, please, Dr McMullen?
Yes, mosaics are a consistent sort of problem in this area of work, and how they're addressed, Yeah, the treatment of mosaics is a consistent problem throughout habitat survey work, and how they're regarded just depends on the composition. So, for example, where dune heath and dune grassland have occurred together in a mosaic, I would have argued that it was chiefly dune grassland with a few heather shrubs, because a few heather shrubs alone does not make heath habitat. And likewise, including in the dune slacks, the improved grassland dune slack mosaic, which has around 95% improved grassland. It only has a few small patches of dune slack. It's questionable as to the status of that habitat too.
Looking at B18 and the description of the Phase 1 habitat, which of the rows are you looking at in giving that answer?
Yeah, the improved grassland dune slack is the very last entry in the column.
And it was that matrix that you were referring to in that last answer, is that
Yes,
right?
that's right. And also the dune heath and dune grassland, which occurs higher up the table. It's the 7th row down from the column headings.
So when you reviewed this table and you were looking at what might be the total area for June Heath, if we look to SNH's table on page 2 of the letter.
Yes, SNH have included all of the matrices as well as the pure areas of June Heath, and they have also included the modified heath, the managed rough as land take rather than modification, which is how it is treated in the ES, so not considered therefore as land take.
And in the table on page 2 of the SNH letter, we see references 3 different types of habitat, 11A to 11C, giving a total of 2.62. What's the differentiation between those habitat types?
Yes. Well, it works out quite nicely. H11C, you could argue, is fairly average June Heath. It's known as the species per sub-community within the H11 community. So it's largely just dominated by heather and hypnaceous mosses, and we saw that yesterday on the field trip. H11A is the most important. It's the best, if you like, and that is the one that is typified by the high frequency of lichens, which have been an important consideration throughout the inquiry. And H11B is dominated by, well, it's a mixture of 2 subshrubs, heather and crowberry. But that's what distinguishes them. H11C, it might be worthwhile pointing out, is the dominant community. It occurs by around about 90% cover throughout the June Heath, and H11C, as I've said, is the species per subcommunity.
In terms of open June, which figures would you take from the matrices that support the figure of 0.74, first of all, which is in the table B19?
Yes, it would simply be the open June figure, which is the 9th row down in table B18, and then the discrepancy arises simply through the incorporation or not of the managed rough, semi-managed rough.
I think you're looking at the figure 0.74, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then we have a table for June grassland. Sorry, we have an entry for June grassland semi-fixed in SNH's table of 0.17.
Yes. Well, that arises, that calculation is complicated a little bit because SNH were primarily concerned with areas of that habitat type that occurred within the triple SI. And then they add an improved grassland, June grassland mosaic, which was largely improved grassland with just a small amount of marram grass growing within it as well. And that gives a total of 3.34 hectares. And SNH's figure is 3.28, so there's a small discrepancy between our calculations of 0.06 hectares, which we haven't been able to trace the source of.
Yes, the June grassland figure is in relation to the fixed June vegetation.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of relationship to the open June entry, the semi-fixed June grassland, how would you categorise that? In relation to open June?
Sorry.
Well, we've got a figure, total figure for SNH of 0.91.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the table B18, the figure is 0.74. So there's a discrepancy of 0.17.
Oh yes, the 0.17 arises because SNH includes 0.17 hectares of managed rough as land take, which is considered as habitat modification in the ES.
And that's the figure that appears in the second column. Sorry, yes, second column of the letter.
Yes, that's right. That's the 0.17.
So then, looking at June Heath, the total area, readjusted figure, is 8.5 hectares, which I think Dr. Cosgrove confirmed in his evidence hadn't been adjusted to take account of the 2.62.
That's correct.
There are other matrices within Table B18 that have to be added together to the June Heath figure that's in B19, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you take off the 2.62, which is the total within the deep cut rough, have you checked whether or not the resultant figure then matches the total of the relevant matrices in Table 18?
Yeah, that's correct. The ES and SNH June Heath metrics are identical, and that's because if you add the June Heath plus all the matrices that have June Heath in them, plus the 2.62 hectares that the dispute is over whether managed rough is land take or not, the total is then 8.5. So therefore, the environmental statement metrics are the same as SNH's.
And similarly with June slack, the figure in Table B19 is 0.27, and as the text tells you, you then have to add on the other relevant matrices. By way of example, we've got June grassland, June slack, which is 1.15. Obviously, Albert Ecology carried out the classifications. Was it then a matter of judgment by Dr. Massey as to which should, or how they should be described in this table, which then led to them being added to a particular habitat type?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you had any reason to disagree with that approach?
No, not at all. As I said at the start, the treatment of mosaics is a consistent problem in environmental statements, and there is no right or wrong approach to that. As long as you express what you've done, which is stated in the ES, then it's okay to pick a particular approach as long as it makes sense and it's explained properly, as it has been.
In relation to the June Heath and the differentiation between 11A, 11B and 11C, you've produced, in one of your documents, you might want to have it before you, a plan that shows the June Heath across the site when you're dealing with the issue of fragmentation. I'll just find the number in a moment. I think it's attached to the back of your inquiry report, which is APP 3.1. Page 54, is that right? If you could speak, please, Dr.
Yes, it is. Sorry.
This particular figure doesn't differentiate between the 11A to 11C.
No, my intention was simply to produce quite a simple image that would just make things as clear as possible without adding detail that might confuse people. In reflection, it was maybe too simplistic approach, but it was one that I felt was proportionate at the time.
So would it be better to have the MVC plan in front of us?
Yes, it might be. That could be useful.
That's CD 1.40 says. also is that we have produced larger versions of this and blown them up because the ES document, the CD 1.4, as A4, it's very difficult to see the numbers. So I don't believe there's any objection to them. And the same has been done with Dr. Dargy's NVC.
Okay, are there spare copies for us? Thank you.
From the MVC plan that we have here, what conclusion do you draw as to the distinction between the habitat types that are directly impacted upon and lost?
Yes, well, the greatest area is within the area of H11C. Which is the species per subcommunity.
This plan is showing the distribution of June Heath in general terms. From a botanical point of view, what do you consider to be the more important consideration?
H11A and H11B are the most important considerations.
And why is that?
Well, the H11A is notable for the widespread presence of lichens, and it's very, very rich in species, so it's the most biodiverse perhaps. The H11B is not maybe quite so rich in species, but it is quite distinctive for the association of the crowberry, a creeping shrub, with the heather in that heath.
And while we have this plan out, could you also look at the figure that you've taken from Dr. Dargy's Sand Dune Vegetation Survey?
Yes.
In your recognition and inquiry report, you discuss why it is that you have concluded that the MVC survey in the environmental statement is reliable.
Yes, absolutely.
How would you describe the comparison to be made between Dr. Massey's MVC survey compared to Dr. Dargy's?
Well, I think one of the most notable distinctions, and again, it's nice that you can just come down to simple shapes. Whenever you look at Dr. Dargy's map, there are less shapes, to put it in the most simple terms, whereas Dr. Massey's work has got an awful lot more shapes, and each of those shapes describes a set of vegetation communities or a single vegetation community. Dr. Dargy seems to have merged an awful lot of vegetation communities together within his shapes. And if you do a simple count, it should be noticed that the representation of Dr. Dargy's map only shows the northern part of the Coul links area, a small area to the south has been removed. But if we do a direct comparison, simply counting the number of shapes, we find that Dr. Dargy has produced 80 shapes within this area, and in contrast to that, Dr. Massey has produced over 270 shapes, which shows a much, much greater degree of precision has been undertaken in that survey. And that is why, in response to Mr. Campbell's question yesterday, why there was no consideration of looking at change. It would simply be impossible to compare Dr. Dargy's lower resolution mapping with Kate Massey's much higher resolution mapping.
I think when you referred to Mr. Campbell's question yesterday, that was his question to Dr. Cosgrove.
Yes.
Wednesday afternoon.
Yes, that's correct.
You specifically addressed the issue of fragmentation.
Yes, that's correct.
And you heard the evidence of Professor Angus, and indeed the evidence in relation to the different shapes, I think, that were put to Mr. Haskell as to the land that was being involved, or perhaps Mr. Taylor. What conclusions did you draw when you did your own assessment as to how the connectivity could be maintained on the site?
Yes, well, again, I took a fairly simplistic approach, just simply looking at shapes. Connectivity is quite a complicated issue. There's even literature that asks, do species actually use the corridors that they're meant to use? And I think the modified rough is quite an important component within this. Well, in fact, to start off, the H11C, the H11C, the species pair community within the dune heath itself acts as something of a barrier to the movement of species, simply because it's rather thick and rank and so on, and the lichens and invertebrates, for example, require a relatively high amount of sunlight. And I think the exclusion of the managed rough as simply land take is not quite the right approach to take, simply because, as I described in my precognition, it mimics upland heath types, where you get wind clipping and a very, very rich lichen community. And that arises simply because the management of the rough allows more light through by removing the canopy of the heather. So I feel there are a lot of positive aspects to the management of the rough. And I also think the edge effect is quite an important thing to take into consideration. Most of us are more familiar with woodlands, perhaps. And in a woodland, the edge effect there is the penetration of light at the edge of the woodland. And of course, in the centre of the woodland, it's very dark and gloomy. And in order to conserve woodlands sometimes, and especially the field layer, we actually go in and we would start to cut trees out. We would coppice them. And that would literally allow the edge effect to permeate completely through the woodland. So the edge effect is not always a negative thing. And in the case of the dune heath, it is a very similar situation. By managing the rough, you are in a sense coppicing the heather, and you're allowing greater light to pass through its canopy, and then that therefore sustains a higher density of lichens, and it also would allow invertebrates a greater amount of activity, since they're directly dependent upon light, heat, energy from the sun for their activities, being cold-blooded organisms.
There was discussion during Professor Angus's evidence about the barrier effect from paths, and a lot of literature has been produced by him. First of all, do you have a general comment in relation to the literature that's been produced in support of his evidence?
Yes, well, I think it demonstrates the difficulty that we're still having in terms of science with addressing connectivity. There's very little that's very specific to sand dune habitats, and you could say the literature is very, very fragmented still. We still haven't developed a clear picture as to how fragmentation connectivity actually operates. We tend to think of it in very general terms. And there are a lot of models that have been developed to test for connectivity and the dispersal of species, but as pointed out in one of my references, that they have very little real-world application as yet.
Specifically, turning from the general to the specific, in terms of the design of the golf course and the way that Mr. Taylor described the approach that could be taken in ecological terms to ensure that the connectivity is maintained. From a scientific point of view, do you consider the paths, even if they were worst case scenario 5 metres of width, to present a particular problem to invertebrates?
Not especially. It depends, and that's again a very difficult thing. When we talk about invertebrates, there's thousands of invertebrates, obviously, so it is quite hard to be specific. But again, because it's open conditions, invertebrates have the right amount of light, and we would need to consider too that these invertebrates would need to be the ground-dwelling species. Obviously, winged species, that is not going to prove a barrier to them whatsoever. So,
such as butterflies.
Yes, such as butterflies, for example.
You're familiar with the concept of ecological coherence. Mm-hmm. What is your assessment of the likely impact on ecological coherence as a consequence of this proposed development, measured against the baseline as it is?
Well, I actually think there are quite a lot of opportunities that come alongside the development. As I've already pointed out, the H11C is quite a rank species per community, and it's quite well known that we manage heathlands sometimes to improve their biodiversity. I'm not suggesting the burning that takes place on our grouse moors, for example, that does cause ecological devastation, but there are plenty of better examples where heathland is mown, for example, where you get a much improved species diversity. If you like, the heather, as Mr. Taylor was talking the other day about aggressive plants, the heather is quite a big, bulky, you could call it a bully in a sense. So if it gets too big and tall, it pushes all the more diminutive species out. So I see an awful lot of opportunity within the golf course to actually not only maintain the dune heath, but to actually improve the biodiversity of that H11C in particular. I would also point out too, we've heard an awful lot about the dynamism of dune systems and the species that are associated with the dune systems. They're very adept at moving around in what is quite an unstable environment. If they were unable to cross boundaries, if they were unable to respond to changes, then we simply wouldn't have the dune biodiversity that we have today.
The approach of SNH, as you've heard in evidence during their case last week, is that if you maintain the habitats, then you maintain the biological processes. Is that an approach that you agree with?
Yes, absolutely. To flip that over, if you look at Mark Young's assertion, for example, and his precognition that every species... Yep. If you look at Dr. Mark Young's assertion... Slowing down. Yes. If you look at Dr. Mark Young's precognition, for example, where he talks about... That's where he states that every species should be considered in turn, and he's talking here about invertebrates. That is just impossible. The sampling that would be required to record every single invertebrate on Coul links would probably result in the destruction of the habitats. You would then result in a matrix with, say, at least 1,000 species. I would imagine that it would be many thousands of species. And then when you try to assess the impacts on those species, you run into the huge big knowledge gaps. Fonseca's seed fly is quite a good example. It has been studied in a reasonable amount of depth, and we're still no wiser as to where it breeds or what species of flowers it requires. So the ecosystem approach that Professor Angus describes is the most sensible, pragmatic and reasonable approach to take, and that is why the SIEM guidance does not require you to consider every single species, because a number of minds and experience has been brought together to understand the limitations of that approach, and therefore suggested that the ecosystem approach, rightly suggested by Professor Angus, is the best way to proceed.
What then are the implications of a change is proposed to a habitat? To that principle that you've just described?
Well, the basic principle is if you look after the habitats, you look after the species. I recently spoke to the gamekeepers at their conference, and I pointed out that whenever you worry about species are merely the baubles on a Christmas tree, if you like. Actually, the most important thing is the Christmas tree, the habitat. So if we look after the habitat, by assumption, the species should then be okay.
Do you agree with the suggestion in the SNH evidence that it's therefore necessary to keep things as they are, and that any development of this site is a bad thing?
I completely understand SNH's position on that basis, but the simple fact of the matter is that whenever I turned up at Coul Links, I was expecting to see this really rather pristine place, but actually instead, I was quite saddened to see the amount of invasive species that are starting to spread through. And whenever I came to the dune heath in particular, as I said, it's really rather rank and so on. And we are now actually in a new geological epoch. We're now in the Anthropocene, and we've left the Holocene period, and there's been very little fanfare about this. Yep. And the Anthropocene is so called because it is defined by human activity, nitrogen deposition, for example, the release of pollutants into the environment, climate change, and so on. So I would argue that conservation has had its day in a lot of ways. To refer back to Paul Rooney and his broken legs analogy, in a sense we've broken nature's legs, so we can't, with all these extra impacts that species and habitats now have to face. So thinking that we can conserve habitats in perpetuity in the face of all that is a very 20th century approach that's no longer valid in the 21st century. So I actually believe there is a great amount of scope to enhance the habitats within the dune, and including the dune heath, through the management of the golf course. Because it also has to be remembered that conservation is not cheap. I'm working on peatland restoration and woodland restoration sites just now, and they're costing out at about £1,500 to £2,000 per hectare, so about £200,000 per square kilometre. So you can see that the £250,000 offered by SNH to manage Coul links into the future, although it looks like a big number, it's nothing at all really. You could spend about half of it just putting up a fence to control deer numbers, for example. Not Coul and SNH have observed too the importance of rabbits, but rabbits are rather a fickle species. They've reduced by about 60% throughout the UK and about 80% within Scotland, so leaving the future of the dune heath in the paws of the rabbits is a rather risky approach. So, although I can understand why it appears a little distasteful to some, we have to manage habitats now if we want to maintain their condition. We can't just leave it to nature, because nature is not what it used to be. So I think, although I was reluctant to admit it myself, I think the imposition of a golf course, although yes, we result in a loss of habitat, there is a great amount of opportunity there with the machinery and the skills that will be brought to bear. So I would say that, as cheeky as it sounds, we could actually improve the quality of the habitat of the dune heath quite considerably as a result of the development of the golf course.
Could you look, please, at the Ramsar citation? It's CD 5.3. Yes, the citation with the information sheet. Do you have that yet?
Yes, I do, thank you.
You'll recall that Mr. Coul, on behalf of the Conservation Coalition, took Dr. Cosgrove to this document, and in particular Ramsar Criterion 2. That's on the third page of the document, although it's got page 2 at the top, page 2 of 10 of the information sheet.
Yeah, sorry, I opened one of the wrong 5.3s there. Yep, got you now.
And what was put to Dr. Cosgrove was the reference to the fact that the site supports British Red Data Book invertebrates.
Yes.
Having in mind the comment that you made shortly a little while ago in terms of the task that would be involved if you were to record every invertebrate on the site, if you move on to the document to page 5 of 10, and you see there in section 20, noteworthy fauna, and down at the bottom, under the reference to invertebrates, there are, I think, 4 species recorded. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What
Yes.
do you conclude from that, from these references, in terms of what we should take have been identified as when it's referred to as noteworthy? What would you take from that phrase?
Well, I would take that they're significant invertebrates that people have thought are of some concern.
Should it be assumed that these species are within Coul links or within the development footprint?
No, not at all. Well, Coul links is just a part of the Ramsar, so they could very well occur elsewhere within that area.
So far as the small blue butterfly is concerned, which has been mentioned quite a bit in evidence, what's your conclusion as to the effects of the proposed development on that species?
Yes, well, I'm not primarily an entomologist, of course, but, you know, in terms of the food plant distribution, you know, that would obviously be some effect, but there are opportunities for its food plant as well, again, the managed rough and so on, and the extent of rank vegetation within the dune grassland and so on. You know, there's opportunities for greater diversity of the distribution of its food plant.
Thank you. So that concludes the evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you for that. In which order would we like to go? Is it Mr. Mackay first? Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. McMillan. I'm interested in your written evidence that you've lodged before the inquiry. Your inquiry report, please, which is APP 3.1, and where you deal with the issue of connectivity and fragmentation, which is section 15 onwards on page 50. So, Dr. McMillan, what I'd like to do is just essentially work through the methodology so I understand it and the reporters understand how it's been put together and what you're trying to achieve. At 15.1, without reading it all out, I think it's fair to say that you're saying, by way of background, that these are important habitats, dune heath and dune slacks, for various reasons.
Yes, that's correct.
And within the NDC sub-communities that we refer to, are there priority species? It's all Annex 1 insofar as dune heath is concerned, but within that there are priority habitats, is that right?
Sorry, within the dune heath?
Within dune heath.
Well, the dune heath is considered largely as a whole within the
right.
designation.
Uh-huh.
But I would discriminate between the NVC sub-communities as discussed earlier.
Yes, and insofar as you refer to the sub-communities, which of those are priority habitats?
Well, all three are a priority habitat, but I was just stating that I would consider A and B, H11A and H11B, to be more valuable, but the H11C, the species per sub-community, is still included as Annex 1 habitat.
Right, all right. And at 15.2, you say a proposed golf course, Coul links, may be established within the dune heath and slack. And you say the associated habitat loss results in habitat fragmentation and consequently changes to the habitat connectivity as a result of the course infrastructure influencing the dispersal of faunal and floral species. Now, that sentence, that's not in the generality, is it? That's specific to the proposal at Coul. You're accepting that there would be results in habitat fragmentation and consequently changes to the habitat connectivity. Have I understood that correctly? Thank you. You go on to explain habitat connectivity is necessary for the stability and long-term survival of species populations and the habitats that they form, although it has also been an evolutionary driver, allowing the independent evolution of isolated populations. Connectivity is therefore dependent upon the dispersal capability of the species and the degree of fragmentation and isolation within the habitat structure. I don't think there's any dispute so far. Next sentence, 15.3, unfragmented, contiguous, extensive areas of habitat are therefore more connected and valued than isolated small patches. The latter pose resistance to species and propagule movement because of the potential blockage imposed by unsuitable habitat. Is that an acknowledgement on your part, Dr. McMillan, that essentially the bigger the better when it comes to the patches of habitat?
No, not at all. If you read SNH 52, that paper describes how size of habitat was not correlated positively. Well, it was positively correlated with the diversity of invertebrates, but it only explained a very, very small part of that variability within the invertebrate populations.
So when you say no, not at all, can I take you back to the sentence that you start this paragraph with, please? Unfragmented, contiguous, extensive areas of habitat are therefore more connected and valued than isolated small patches.
Yes, that's a general statement, and it would be true to say there's been a long debate in island biogeography and its application to conservation, the SLOS, several large or a single small area. That's been a long-term debate that has, and it has swung both ways. People still would just argue about which is more valuable between
Dr.
the two.
McMullen, when you said no, not at all, to my first question, were you wrong in that? Do you accept, as a general principle, what you have said in the first sentence of 15.3 is that unfragmented, contiguous, extensive area of habitats are therefore more connected and valued than isolated small patches. That is the starting position and basic principle, correct?
Yes, I completely accept that. I completely accept that generality, but I don't accept you're taking what I stated as something very general and then applying it to something very specific. I did not say that I valued. I was just saying that in general it is valued. I think we have to be careful in ecology and we have to be specific because it is quite a complex discipline, and I don't think taking generalizations and applying them to specifics always works. Well, it
right.
doesn't.
And so the reason you're giving in the second sentence for this general principle is that smaller patches pose resistance to species and propagule movement. Can you just explain first of all what propagule movement is, please?
Propagules is just plants can reproduce in a number of different ways, and if you include the lichens in that, some produce seeds, some produce little bulbils that are genetic copies of themselves. So it's a broad term to capture a number of different methods by which plants might spread.
Might spread, okay. So smaller patches pose resistance to species and propagule movement because of the potential blockage imposed by unsuitable habitat. Now, in that regard, is it fair to acknowledge that golf course infrastructure, fairways, greens, tees, paths between greens and tees, they pose more of an issue by way of a blockage? Is that fair than natural habitats, even in an unmanaged form?
Well, it would depend on what natural habitat it is. Again, I don't really feel you're being specific in a very general way, and it would depend what the habitat is. If you have two mice populations on either side of a small stream, they may or may not be able to cross that. So I feel that's a little difficult to answer. And isolated itself, that has to be defined quite carefully as well. A small patch of dune heath in the middle of fields in Lincolnshire is going to have a very difficult time compared to, say, a small isolated patch in close proximity to other areas of dune heath that Coul links.
Okay. Can we take this one step at a time then, please?
Yeah, I think we need to, because we have to be specific.
Well, I agree, but I'm asking you about statements in your evidence. I'm asking what can be taken from those. Now, you agree that as a general principle, big patches are better than small patches. Is that correct?
Again, I would refer you to SNH paper 52. It shows that the edge is actually quite important. As it says at the top of that section above 15.1, background, I'm speaking in very general terms.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explore with you just now. In general terms, that's your position. So there's no misunderstanding. In general terms, big patches are better than small patches.
Yes, I would still qualify it. It depends on the quality of those patches. For example, the H11A community that's rich in lichens tends to occur around the edge of the H11C. The H11C forms a very large patch that is species poor by definition. So, again, I've often used to teach my students, as soon as you say anything in biology, you can be damn sure there's something evolved to call you for a liar. Mammals don't lay eggs. Well, duck-billed platypuses do. So I think, we do need to be specific here if we're going to link this to Coul links.
We're going to work through your methodology bit by bit, but we're not going to get very far if you keep directing yourself away from the question I'm putting to you.
I'm explaining why I disagree with your proposition. I think that's an important thing to do.
The second sentence, if we can just revisit that. Smaller patches pose resistance to species and propagule movement because of the potential blockage imposed by unsuitable habitat. Now, unsuitable habitat in this context will be, the context of Coul Links, will be the fairways, the tees, the greens, the paths, and to some extent the rough. Is that correct?
Well, okay, to allow us to progress, I'll accept that as a general point, but it would not necessarily
apply to Coul Links and the proposed golf course. Is that still correct?
Yes, that would be okay.
Thank you. And if we can summarise what you do subsequently in this report, am I right in thinking is that you analyse, by reference to the maps that you produced and the bottlenecks, you analyse the extent of the fragmentation and lack of the extent of disconnection, and then you reach conclusions as to whether you think that's significant or not. Is that, in summary, what you do through the rest of this part of your inquiry report?
Yes, that's a fair summary.
If you look then to the next section, section 16 on page 52, in 16.1 you identified that you were provided with data by the applicant. Now, insofar as the extent of paths is concerned, what assumption did you make as to the width of paths between golf course, greens and tees?
2.5 metres.
Were you aware that the environmental statement identifies that there's a nominal distance of up to 5 metres for such paths?
Yes, I was.
And were you here when, I think I'm right in saying, Mr. Hasbell or possibly Mr. Taylor confirmed that at this point in time it's not known how wide the paths will be?
Yes.
And do you recall, I think, Mr. Taylor saying that in order to minimise the risk of trampling and to minimise the need for the use of plastic meshing, as you see on other links golf courses, it was possible that that some of the paths would be wider than 2.5 metres?
Yes, I can accept that.
So the reporters should be clear when they look at your analysis that that's not a worst case scenario, is it? Because, as we've established, paths may be up to 5 metres wide.
Well, the corridor through which the path will go can be up to 5 metres wide, but the paths themselves are likely to be around about 2.5 metres wide.
Well, that's not what Mr. Taylor said, or Mr. Hasbell. I think it was Mr. Taylor, actually. His position, and the position in the environmental statement, is that paths are normally up to 5 metres wide. So that's double the extent that you've assumed for the purpose of your exercise. Would you agree?
I accept that the paths may in some places be up to 5 metres wide, but if you walk around such as Royal Dornoch up the road, you can see that in practice they're actually generally about 2.5 metres wide, but I accept that a worst case scenario could be 5 metres. And
at Royal Dornoch, is it fair to say that often the paths go through gorse, which has a clean edge to it?
Yes, that would be fair.
Unlike Dune Heath, which, as we know from the documents produced by Mr. Taylor, can recede back from a path if there's trampling and other pressures at the edge, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
So to come back to the question I put to you, do you accept there's a limitation to your analysis because the paths at points that are yet to be determined by the applicant may be double the width than you've assumed for the purpose of your exercise?
In places, yes, but not...
And you don't know where those places are, do you?
No, not yet. I don't think that's exactly important.
You don't think that's important?
Not necessarily, no.
At 16.2, although native habitat elements will persist in areas of rough alongside the fairways, management will result in modification of their typical structure and function. As a result of this, rough areas are discriminated by lighter shading than the unmodified habitat. This reflects their modified structure and potential changes to the resistance to the movement of typical Dune Heath or slack species. Can I just be clear? I think this probably is the case based on the information you got from the applicant, but where you're talking about the modified habitat, are you referring to the 4 to 6 metre band of longer rough that's cut to 100 millimetres every year or so? Is that the area you're treating as modified?
Yeah, it's the whole area of modified rough, so it would include that as well.
So the lighter areas reflect not just 4 to 6 metre width, they reflect something beyond that. I rather assumed that what you were referring to is the lighter areas as shaded on the plans reflect the 4 to 6 metre band where there's trimming of the heather and heath to 100 millimetres. Do you want to just double check that that's correct or not?
Yeah, the area in lighter shading is the managed rough. I would actually say that the semi-rough has been included within the fairway. So semi-rough is one issue, but I want to be clear as to what assumptions you made about the managed rough. Now, I think I'm right in saying also that Mr. Taylor explained that effectively there's one area of managed rough within which the first 4 to 6 metres is cut down to 100 millimetres. Is that your understanding of the position? Yes, that's correct.
That is your understanding of the position?
Yes, well, I don't know if it's quite so wide as that, but there is a gradual tapering up from the fairway through into the managed rough in a number of steps.
Well, let's look again then. It's CD 1.7. That's page 104. Do you have that CD 1.7 at page 104?
Yep.
And you see when we deal with rough, first of all, there's the semi-rough, and then there's what's described as the longer cut rough, and then the managed natural rough. And what I understood Mr. Taylor to explain was that beyond the semi-rough, there is then the managed area of rough within which there's a 4 to 6 metre band described as the longer cut rough, which is taken down to 100 millimetres. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you said to me a moment ago that you didn't think it was always as wide as that. So what assumption did you make in respect of the longer cut rough when you were preparing your plans?
That's been excluded. I've merely included the managed natural rough, so the lighter shading in my maps is the managed natural rough as it's referred to in page 104 of CD 1.7.
So what account, if any, did you then take of the longer cut rough, the first 4 to 6 metres, which is cut to 100 millimetres?
No, I've simply merged that together with the fairways and so on, so the lighter shading is simply the managed natural
I see,
rough.
okay. So the longer cut rough, the first 4 to 6 metres, is taken into account in your assessment, but beyond that you then also take account of the managed natural rough as described on this page. Is that correct?
Yes, I discriminate the managed natural rough and shade it in a light colour. Everything else, all other parts of the Gulf infrastructure were merged together and they're effectively deleted from the...
Fine, that's helpful, thank you. So we go back then to your inquiry report, please. And we look to section 17. And at 17.2 on page 53, and we'll be looking primarily at Dune Heath, Dr. McMillan, but you say in relation to Dune Heath that the Dune Heath is concentrated in the north of Coul Links, where it forms a relatively continuous area of habitat with potential bottlenecks, and you say that those are narrow areas of habitat cover that act as bridges between larger areas at 7 locations labelled A to G in Figure 1. parts of the golf course infrastructure located at 5 of these 7 potential bottlenecks, namely C to G. Really, then you make a similar observation in relation to the golf infrastructure and dune slacks at 17.3. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
If we turn over then, please, to Figure 1 and Figure 2. And do we see that, as matters stand at least, there's essentially one larger body of dune heath habitat with a satellite area to the south? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
And so we know which area I'm referring to. We see that within the main body there are essentially 3 larger areas. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Can we call this area here at the top, northwest part of the site, Area 1? This area here to the southeast of that as Area 2. This area over here is Area 3. And then let's call the isolated area Area 4, shall we? Right. Now, is it fair to acknowledge that the bottlenecks, as you just described them, i.e. the narrowing areas, which you've identified by A to F and G indeed, they're important because they retain the north-west the north, south and east-west connectivity?
They may or may not be important. I assumed that they potentially were, but as I mentioned earlier, we still don't have, it's not been proved conclusively that species will always use a corridor just simply because it's there.
But you're talking about animal species here. In terms of plant species, they're also potentially important. Is that right?
Potentially, yes, but a plant species differs from an animal species in that it cannot direct its movement. It's really moved by, say, an animal vector or by the wind, perhaps, which is why we talk about plant spread and animal migration.
Right. But your analysis assumes that they are potentially important, and that's why you're trying to work out what the extent of disconnection of the habitats is. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, but I'm just simply looking at the connectivity. I'm not necessarily assuming that species will use that connectivity.
Right, well, we'll come to that last part of the analysis in due course, but what I'm suggesting to you is that in terms of your assessment and what you're trying to establish, or consider at least, the bottlenecks are important because they're what provide connectivity to the mass as a whole, and in particular east-west and north-south.
Yes, they provide direct connectivity, so they're useful as an example to consider connectivity as a whole. But as I stated earlier, just because a connection exists does not mean that it will be used.
That caveat you've made clear. If we just take it one step at a time. That's why you're looking at the bottlenecks, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if we turn over the page, please, to section 18, pages 56 and 57. And look first of all at the before and after picture for dune heath. Figure 3A is the present position, and figure 3B is the post-construction dune heath distribution, showing the overlay of the golf course infrastructure. Is that right?
No, that's correct.
Do you have that, sirs?
Yes, thank you.
And if we looked at figure 3B, area 1 and bottlenecks A and C don't seem to be affected to any great extent, at least. There's some nibbling away at the south of Area 1. But Areas 2 and 3, they're both significantly affected by the imposition of the golf course infrastructure, which essentially is creating gaps and holes within what was previously purple shaded. Is that correct?
There is some change to the distribution of the dune heath, yes.
And at Area 4, it's perhaps not so easy to see. There are some lighter shading, and there's also presumably a fairway that cuts through this area here in Area 4. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that creates a fragmented, isolated area at the very southern part of this extent of the dune heath. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the issue of concern to you, presumably, would be that whilst Area 1 remains relatively unfragmented and it remains relatively cohesive, Areas 2 and 3 are now showing clear signs of fragmentation, aren't they?
Yeah, that's correct.
And insofar as we see the white paths in Areas 2 and 3, if those are areas that the paths are double the width that you've assumed, those white areas would have to open up somewhat, wouldn't they?
No, they wouldn't. Actually, those paths are actually represented at 5 metres width.
Those paths are represented at 5 metres?
2.5 metres that disappeared from the mapping, so I left them at 5 metres. It was just hard to resolve them.
All right, thank you. So if we then keep that handy and we look then at Table 5, this is summarising your assessment of the extent to which there's disconnection in light of the fragmentation that we see in the figure. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
So where's this table again?
It's page 56, sir. Table 5, page 56. And that records, doesn't it, that although there's no change to bottlenecks A and B, there's partial disconnection. If you look at the second column, connectivity, partial disconnection at bottlenecks C and D, and E, F, and G are all disconnected. That's your assessment?
Yes, that's correct.
And although those are individual bottleneck points, would you agree that it's important to see what the combined effect of the impact on those bottlenecks is, so that we can see the broader picture?
Well, yes, that's provided in one of the figures, in figure 3B.
Figure 3B. Yes, indeed, but your table relates to individual bottlenecks. If we look at figure 3B, can we agree that in terms of the east-west connectivity, that way in other words, the areas around D and E are important?
Well, as I said earlier, you can't assume that an area is important just because we're not sure whether species are using it or not, but I would acknowledge that there is a change in the shape there, and that there is fragmentation of the shape.
So if we're looking essentially as to how overall cohesion and connectivity is maintained, at the moment, if we look at figure 3A, that's maintained at B, E and F if we're looking at west to east or east to west. Is that right? A doesn't help us because there's no connectivity at the northern part of the site. B, there's a relatively narrow bridge at the moment. E likewise, and F likewise. And what I'm suggesting to you is that although areas A and B are not affected, areas E and F are now showing clear signs of connectivity. Fragmentation. And that's impacting upon the east-west connectivity because of that. Is that correct?
Yes, it has certainly resulted in fragmentation of the shape, but as I said earlier, you need to know what the species are doing on top of that to know whether or not it has affected connectivity.
Well, with that caveat, what figure 3B is showing is that although there remains connectivity through bottleneck B at the northern part of the site, in the middle, in other words, the areas between 2 and 3, there's clear fragmentation and an impact on connectivity.
Yes, there is an impact. There is fragmentation and there is direct connectivity of the dune heath habitat is altered.
Yes, and you recognise that in your table, which records that at E and F there is disconnection, essentially.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if we look at the north-south axis then, on the western part of the site, first of all, that at the moment is maintained mainly by D and E. If you see how the northern part and the southern part are connected, the bottlenecks that achieve that are at D and D. Is that right?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
And if we look at the figure 3B at D and D, we can see that there's partial disconnection for D and total disconnection for E, as recorded in your table.
It's not complete at E, but there's still an area of managed rough that still connects.
It's recorded as disconnected in your table, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Yes, no, sorry, I stand correct.
Yeah. So there's the impact on the bottlenecks themselves, but do we note that in addition to that impact, the area between D and D, shown on figure 3B, has a fairway on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that places increased pressure on the areas at E and D because of that additional affected habitat. Is that correct?
That's an assumption that, as I stated earlier, we can't be sure of, but I would certainly acknowledge that it alters the shape and distribution of the dune heath habitat.
Because what you've not done in your analysis is figured out what the new bottlenecks will be post-construction. Is that right?
Well, no, I haven't. That's correct.
Yeah, because we started out with 7, 5 of which are affected, and then post-construction, if the development were to proceed, what you haven't done is then quantified how many additional bottlenecks would have been created.
Well, I don't think that's quite correct. I've discussed how bottlenecks will be broken, and I've pointed out that the bottlenecks that already exist, that won't be affected, will persist, so I don't entirely agree with that.
Well, forgive me then, why not? Because it's clear from the line I've just put to you that between D and E there are new areas which become under pressure, in particular because of the fairway between D and E, creating additional pressure points, additional bottlenecks. And all I'm asking you to confirm is that you haven't taken your analysis to that next step where you consider what those bottlenecks would be.
No, I would disagree. I think you're being a little pedantic. If you look in the table, I'd refer to what will happen to those, and I refer to it as being partial disconnection, so the flip side of that is partial connection. So I think you're just being pedantic.
Sorry, I'm not being pedantic with respect to Dr. McMillan. That relates to D only. And I'm asking you a different question, which is not what the... I appreciate you've identified in the table what the impact on the previously identified bottlenecks is, and that's quite clear from your figures. All I'm asking you to agree is that what you haven't done is move the analysis on one stage after figure 3b to identify how many additional bottlenecks would be created as a consequence of the development.
No, I don't agree with that. I believe my table points out what the connectivity will be at those points once those areas of golf course have been established.
Looking at the eastern side then of, we've looked at the western side of the north-south axis. Again, on the eastern side, in area 3, do we see that as a consequence of the fairway and the path leading to the fairway, and then a further light-shaded area, then another path, and then another fairway, or perhaps it's leading to a green. So in other words, we're looking at the area between E and C on the diagram. Do you have that, sir? Between E and C. That whole area is causing additional fragmentation and disconnection over that area, which at the moment, as shown here, maintains north-south connectivity. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then can we look then, please, to the last part of your analysis, the discussion section 19 on page 60. And you might need to help me, at least, with some of the technical terms that are used here. The 19.6, you say two of the distinctive dune heath species, section 19.6, two of the distinctive dune heath species, marram grass and sand edge, spread via rhizome. That's a subterranean plant stem, is it?
Yes, if you like, it's a root that travels underneath the ground and new shoots can arise from it.
Okay. As a result, their vegetative spread is likely to be constrained by the presence of the golf course. And that's because these hard edges that are brought about by the golf course infrastructure effectively prevent the spread of the plant stem, of the roots.
It's not so much the edges, it's the areas. So if you imagine a rhizome of a small species trying to travel underneath the fairway, for example, if it can't really come up because it'll get mown or whatever,
yep.
And in a sense the rhizome will soon be exhausted and it won't be able to travel to, say, the full 20-metre width of the fairway.
Yeah. And so as a botanist, that creates an issue for you, doesn't it? And that's why you were, as you said in your examination in chief, you were initially concerned about the imposition of a golf course within this area. Is that right?
Yeah, well, that was what I initially thought. As I go on to mention later, that effect is mitigated by the fact that both species are quite widely distributed within the Coul Links area, so they have numerous sources of spread.
And I'll come on to your mitigation point in a moment, but this raises the issue I wanted to ask you about. In the following sections, you talk about how lichens propagate, and then you refer to the management at 19.9, the management of the rough and so on that you assume. Am I right in thinking that had it not been for the management and the mitigation of the effect, you may have taken the view that there would be a likely significant effect as a consequence of the habitat fragmentation and disconnection?
Well, that's rather hypothetical, but yes, if you'd replaced the golf course and thrown down a big lump of concrete, I would definitely have been quite concerned. But the golf course has got more subtle nuances within that, and especially within the managed rough, for example, there remains a lot of viability.
Well, Dr. McMillan, we have to be a bit careful here, don't we? Because insofar as the subterranean plant systems are concerned, it might as well be concrete, because they can't go anywhere, as I think you explained a moment ago. So what I'm asking you is that and I think perhaps I should preface this. Have you been involved in environmental impact assessment work where the EIA methodology is worked through according to best practice guidance?
Yes, I have been.
And you understand that part of that involves a transparent process where you can identify what the potentially significant impacts are before the application of mitigation measures.
Yes, that's correct.
And what I'm asking you then is to confirm that at the first stage of identifying potentially significant impacts, were you of the view that there was that potential having regard to your analysis in the preceding sections?
Yes, I accept that impact, but again, I feel you're being very general. You know, the fairway is just one example of a golf course infrastructure. You know, the paths are less likely to pose such resistance, simply by virtue of their great narrowness.
I wonder if I could just remind Dr. McMullen to speak more slowly in his answers.
Dr. McMullen, in your conclusion section, you reach a conclusion about whether it's significant or not. And what I'm saying to you is, if you're asking the reporters to treat that as an assessment of whether there's a significant effect, transparency in the process means that you need to go through step by step. First of all, identify what the potentially significant impacts are, then identify what the mitigation measures are, before you then draw the conclusion on the likely residual significant effect. That's standard practice in the EIA world, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but I wasn't undertaking this under EIA. This is simply a demonstrative study.
Right. So you're not expressing a professional view one way or the other then as to whether there is a significant impact as a consequence of fragmentation and connectivity.
No, it was perhaps not the best word to use because of its connotations. But, you know, as I stated earlier on, you know, these June heath species that we're concerned with, I could have written quite a massive tome on this, but simply in the amount of time that I've had from November to now, that wasn't possible. But it would still contain a large number of uncertainties because, as I pointed out earlier on, the literature leaves an awful lot of uncertainty. And as I pointed out too, just because you have a lack of connection does not necessarily mean that a species will not cross that gap. So, and as I mentioned earlier, I've tried to take quite a simplistic view in order to not bamboozle people with science and terminology, and to try and keep it as simple as possible, and to consider primarily shapes.
Well, I, for one, am very grateful for that, so that I can have some understanding of what you're saying. But I appreciate I can only cross-examine you in relation to the written evidence that you presented to the inquiry. Now, what I want to be clear about, and I think what you're indicating to the reporters, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're not expressing a professional opinion on whether or not there's a likely significant effect, because you haven't analysed in that level of detail according to the EIA best practice guidelines. Is that fair?
Yes, I would agree with that, because if I was to do it in that level of detail, it would have been a much larger piece of work. And I think, and I think I've made quite clear the difficulties between generalisations and specifics whenever you're approaching a subject matter such as this.
Well, absolutely, Dr. McMullen, but your own paper, as you've seemed to be indicating, is at a fairly general level of understanding, because of the reasons you've explained, that I need to understand what it is you're saying.
Yes, that's correct. As I say, I've tried to keep it as simple and transparent as possible.
All right. Now, so at sections 19.7, 19.8, you explain that the way in which some lichens propagate, actually there may be some advantages to lichens. Would it be fair to acknowledge that there may be some disadvantages also for lichens in what is proposed by way of the management of the rough, in that, for example, because of the cutting of the vegetation, this alters the amount of light that penetrates below the canopy, and therefore there is more extremes in dryness and temperatures, which may have a negative impact on certain lichen species.
Yes, but not on the lichens. Lichens are highly evolved to deal with that sort of a stress. It's why they colonise into those areas. So that would be a positive effect, although it sounds unpleasant and inhospitable, that would be a positive effect for the lichens.
Insofar as heather is concerned, do you accept that, again, whilst there may, on one view, be some benefits, there might also be some detriments? For example, if we cut the older heather, that might result in a loss of heather through regeneration. In short, because the older plants are less capable of resprouting from the root stalks than the younger plants. Is that fair?
Well, yes, it depends. All these things need to be placed in a context. If that heather plant then dies off, then you have new habitat for the lichens. So what one species loses, another one can gain. So these things always have a flip side. So looking at them in isolation is not necessarily very effective.
Well, it's the flip side that I'm interested in, Dr. McMullen, because you've been very keen to emphasise the benefits to lichens in particular in Section 19. What I'm asking you to accept is that on that flip side, there are also disadvantages depending on which species and to what extent. For example, the sward is cut down and how often.
Yes, and now that you're being more specific, yes, I can agree with that. But as I said earlier, nature does not like a vacuum. So what one species loses is a gain to another.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. Mr. Coller, I think you're next.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, Dr. McMullen. I just have some questions from your inquiry report. If we can start at your section 1, which is on page 5.
Sorry, I have all of it, but for
You've
page
got that,
5,
okay.
as it just transpires.
Yeah, I didn't want to rush you. I was conscious that you were kind of regathering paper compounds. So in section 1, it's the introduction as it's headed, and I'll pick up the specific paragraph in a moment, but in terms of your experience and expertise, am I correct that you're not claiming any specific expertise in invertebrates or Lepidoptera?
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 1.5, we see there, you say this inquiry report has been prepared to set out the position of the applicant in relation to, and you set it out, but what I wanted to pick up specifically is the final bullet point where you refer to the objection by not Coul. And you say this, and I think this you mean the inquiry report, sets out the applicant's response to the habitat and vegetation related objections raised. If we can hold that thought and go to 21.4 in your inquiry report, which is on page 64, which is where you pick up the review of the objection by not Coul. So it's on page 64, and it's 21.4. And at 21.4, under the heading General Presentation, you make some introductory comment, and you then go into a series of bullet points. Would it be a fair summary of those bullet points that they deal with the habitat and vegetation issues, as you mentioned in your paragraph 1.5 that I referred to just a moment ago?
Yes, that's correct.
Staying on that page, but going up to your paragraph 21.2, after the bullet points in that paragraph, you explain the approach you've taken, and you say the first stage of the assessment is provided in table 21.1. You explain what that includes. It's the next part, though, the next sentence that I'm particularly interested in. You say, in the second stage in table 21.2, the concluding table of the objection, in other words, the not Coul objection, is replicated with an additional column of comments and observations provided by Dr. McMullen. Again, if we hold that thought and go to your page 81 in the inquiry report. So, page 81, there's the start of a table which is table 8, and I think it's reasonably clear, but I just wanted to be crystal clear. Is that the table you were referring to, where you say you've added your comments in the right-hand column?
Yes, if that's the one I referred to, it is. I'm getting lost between the stages.
So within that table, if we go to page 83, and just so that we're sure we're referring to the same thing, on my copy at the top, the first main row starts found by SNH 2017, and then it's the green felt lichen.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. The particular reference I wanted to take you to is the third row, where there's reference to the small blue butterfly, and then we see the northern brown Argus butterfly and the micromoth black isle groundling. And indeed the Coul invertebrate assemblage. So those are all comments on Lepidoptera and invertebrates.
Yeah, that's
yes.
correct.
Sorry, I know I'm taking this in very baby steps, but just don't want to be misunderstanding things. So on those, the small blue butterfly and the following three, the comments you make in the right-hand column, given that you're not an expert on Lepidoptera and invertebrates, are those your comments, or are you reproducing comments from somewhere else?
No, those are my comments.
And if we can just pick up in particular on the northern brown Argus butterfly, the comments you make, you mentioned that the population at Coul Links is not of national importance, but I'm particularly interested in the second bullet point, where you say further details on location, etc., need to be considered before reaching a conclusion. So is that second bullet point, are you saying you can't reach a conclusion on whether the population is of national importance until there are those further details on location and so on?
No, that's not referring to that. That is really just that commenting that not Coul really need to have more information before reaching a firm conclusion about the effects that they claim, since that's what the intent of the table is to address their observations. So it relates to them, not to the population at Coul Links, is not of national importance, which comes from the ES.
So the comment you're making about needing further details, that's picking up the indication in the column immediately to the left where it's saying significant adverse.
Yes, that's correct.
If we can turn back to page 31 and pick up a different point. On page 31, you set out a series of photos, and it's photo 2 that I wanted to ask you about. In photo 2, you say, now apologies, I'm not sure, is it ergot or ergo?
Ergot.
Yeah. Infection, arrowed approximately 3 millimetres long. Now, again, just so that I'm clear on it, the arrow's pointing to the white part. Is that what you're describing as the ergot infection?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Dr. Young is going to tell us that it's a moth larva case. Would you disagree with that?
Not especially. I just assumed it was an ergot infection because it was the similar shape and size to others that I've seen. And
if we then turn to your page 41, this is where you're discussing meadowsweet, and I just wanted to pick up the reference in paragraph 1115. You say there a combination of effects is probable, but the concentration of meadowsweet within the winterlock area suggests that overwintering birds are responsible for raising nutrient levels to a critical point where meadowsweet becomes dominant. Just picking out that particular phrase suggests that overwintering birds are responsible for raising nutrient levels to a critical point. Does that suggest that a large number of birds use this area to be able to have that effect?
Well, yes and no. It depends where the critical threshold is. A small additional input can trigger that threshold. A larger one has got a greater likelihood of doing that. So I wouldn't necessarily read that into what I've written. In this case, it does appear to be quite large numbers. If you refer to my photograph, you'll see that there's quite thick guano has developed.
Thank you very much. That was all I had.
I'm wondering, Mr. Campbell, whether we should take a break for lunch now so that we don't have to interrupt your cross-examination. Any thoughts on that?
I can't finish in half an hour, so yes is the answer.
Okay. Is everyone happy with a relatively short lunch hour again? When I say lunch hour, I mean 35 minutes. in which case we'll resume at 1 o'clock. Thanks. Examination. We've had a further thought about the proceedings at the beginning of next week, and on reflection consider it's probably not a good idea to try and schedule an afternoon session on Monday. So I think we'll have to pick up where we left off today on Tuesday, in the knowledge that we need to accommodate Professor Hanson and also Mr. Hughes on Tuesday. That's a commitment. And then if we'd manage to get through that, the next in the roster would be Dr. Barry, on the assumption that we hadn't done him today. Does that seem realistic? Obviously, I cannot predict at this stage how quickly we would manage to get through that, but we've clearly a need for at least a day on the coalition witnesses. We've also got Dr. Copland's and Dr. Dargy also scheduled for next week, and possibly Professor Bell on Friday. So that's a lot of witnesses to get through, but in order to avoid an additional week to the inquiry, we would have to, at very minimum, have got to that point, because we've a number of further witnesses to hear from on the socio-economic session in week 4, as well as the conditions session. Any thoughts on that just now?
One matter, sir, that I was advised of over lunch. Dr. Bowie has already got a commitment on Tuesday, which probably will be okay if we're going to take Mr. Young and Dr. Hanson. I think we could. They're both a commitment, I think you said.
It's Mr. Hughes and Dr. Hanson.
Yes, I think that will take all day. On the Tuesday, Dr. Bowie will be back on the Wednesday and can give his evidence. I think I would expect that there's a reasonable prospect of getting through the other witnesses in the remainder of the week.
So I haven't discussed this with my own friend Miss Wilson, but I expect, given the wide-ranging nature of his evidence, that Dr. Dargy is going to take a bit of time, and I'd be quite keen to avoid having his evidence split over the next weekend. I just mention that now, not necessarily that it will happen, but I'd be quite keen to avoid that. In fact, I'd be very keen to avoid it. I don't know if there's any way of shortening the economics evidence. And Councillor McGilvery, who was here but isn't anymore, has of course got quite a large number of witnesses, and he is keen that their importance should not be diminished, as he told me this morning. So, whilst I don't have very many questions for those witnesses, I do have some. Probably an hour in all, but each will want his or her say. I don't quite know if you've turned your mind to how you might deal with that evidence when it comes forward. We might look, of course, at another Monday, not this coming Monday, but perhaps the 4th Monday might work, or half of it, or something like that.
So, I mean, I don't equate the length of time of a witnesses' evidence to necessarily equate to their importance to the inquiry. I'm conscious there's a large number of witnesses for the community groups, but in each occasion, with the exception perhaps of Professor Bell and to some extent Stuig, most of it is not of a technical variety. It contains useful information for the inquiry, but it doesn't rely on numerous background documents. So I wouldn't imagine that there will be many questions just because the evidence will be self-evident. So I think that regardless of the high number of witnesses, that may be a relatively short section of the inquiry. because what takes time, as we know, is the cross-examination, examination chief and re-examination. And I'm taking it from you, Mr. Campbell, that there's not going to be a high volume of cross-examination in their case. Okay, I don't think there's probably anything else to say on that just now. So, Mr. Campbell, can we have your questions of Dr. McMullen?
Dr. McMullen, good afternoon. Looking at your inquiry report, please, to start with, you've told us a little bit about your background and your publications and so on. Can you tell me, do you have many publications?
No, not a great deal.
Can you give me an idea of the number? A dozen, perhaps?
Well, I think that's a difficult question to answer. My PhD, for example, I published that in one large block within the journal Ecological Monographs, the world's leading ecology journal. My colleague suggested I might be better adhering to the minimum publishable quotient, which would have allowed me to perhaps to have published 5 to 7 papers from my PhD. However, I was quite concerned that it was because of the holistic approach that I took to publish it in one large paper. So I would say that while I may not have as many papers as others, the quality, you could not better the quality of that publication, for example. And I'd also would say as a consultant, it's not really my job. I work as an applied scientist, so my purpose is not to publish, although I am now starting to publish on a more regular basis.
And do you do academic work in the sense of teaching?
Yes, I do. I work with students, and I also have a PhD studentship that is just about to start in the coming months. I only found out about that we've been successful in the last week of the inquiry. So that will be forthcoming. I'm the case partner and one of the supervisors with colleagues from Queen's University, Belfast and Aberdeen University.
Does that mean you'd be supervising PhD students?
Yes, that's correct.
You tell us in the inquiry report on the opening page that you've done a number of surveys. Have any of those been in national surveys in scale, or are they intended to be local jobs?
Well, I worked literally the length and breadth of Britain and all the way across the North Atlantic Islands, Iceland, Greenland, Faroes. And at a national scale, I undertook a national scale impact assessment for Peel Energy's proposed Hunterston Ayrshire Power Station. And that required me to consider the effects of deposition on all of the designated sites within the UK. And I managed to achieve that in around about 4 months, which was a considerably quicker time than the previous one, which took about 4 people years because of the approach that I took to it.
Has any of your published work appeared as referenced in existing national guidance, excuse me, in existing national guidance on ecological surveying?
Not on ecological surveying, no, but I have contributed to the peatland guidance and the reuse of peat in particular, whilst employed by EnviroCentre.
And when did you come into this case?
I was first involved in October 2018, and field work was undertaken in the start of November 2018.
So 2018, last quarter of 2018?
Yes, that's correct.
There was botanical work done before you were involved, amongst others by Dr. Massey and the staff of Dr. Cosgrove's business, Alba Ecology. Why were you brought in?
Because of the accusations that were made about the quality of the work undertaken in the ES, and also to address a couple of supplementary issues, such as the notable flora report that's included in my inquiry report.
If I may say so, the tone of your criticism of Dr. Dargy is quite strident. It's quite uncompromising. Do you stand by it today?
Yes, absolutely. I've been supervising a large number of student projects and still continuing to do that with Aberdeen University and the SRUC in Aberdeen. You know, I was quite concerned that there was a number of failings at the foundational level, for example, the difference between error, precision and accuracy, for example, and that caused me great concerns, especially whenever a lot is made in Dr. Dargy's comments that he follows a scientific approach and makes careful data checks and so on.
Well, whilst debating scientific method with you might be interesting, it's not really for the inquiry, certainly not for a Friday afternoon, so I won't go there. But you know, don't you, that Dr. Dargy has a fairly distinguished pedigree in the world of dune habitat surveying and ecology in particular.
Yes, that's correct.
And as I read your work in your inquiry report, excuse me, and your recognition, I don't really find you acknowledging that anything that he has said has real merit.
Well, as was pointed out earlier on today, I pointed out in the mapping example, for example, you can see that Dr. Massey produced a very precise vegetation map at 3 times, if not more.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. Perhaps I could try again. I'm sure it's my fault. I don't find you acknowledging, in a balanced way, that anything that Dr. Dargy's had to say has got any real merit.
Yes, that would be a fair comment.
Is that the approach of a dispassionate, balanced scientist, Dr. McMullen?
Yes, it is. Where there is very little value in what has been said, yes, it would be reasonable to not.
On the one hand, I have sitting next to me and the author of the documents, a scientist with 50 years' experience, a lot of it in this area, many published works, references in national guidance, and so on. You've seen his CV. On the other hand, I have yourself saying that really nothing that he has produced for this particular case has got real value. Is that a fair summary?
Well, yes, I think at the fundamental level there's a number of flaws, and perhaps we'll speak to those shortly.
Well, in your inquiry report there is a long section in the middle where you present in landscape form a line-by-line examination of Dr. Dargy's work. And as I've said, that's pretty uncompromising. I just need to get you to confirm, please, that that is your evidence to this inquiry and you're quite happy to stick to it.
Yes, that's quite correct, and I'm happy to stick to it.
That's good, thank you. Can I ask you just a couple of questions about surveying? First of all, in relation to the habitat at Coul links, what pre-reading did you have to do to understand the habitat? Did you do any research or analysis before you went on site to do your own examination?
Yes, I read through Dr. Dargy's report on the area. I read through the environmental statement and the supporting documents within that.
What experience have you got of wetland surveying, fenland or wetland surveying?
Yes, well, that was largely the subject of my PhD, has been in wetlands and peatlands, so that has been very, very much at the core of my research to date.
Your PhD, sorry. The PhD is in lowland, if I have it right, lowland raised bog ecology.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that correct? Just give me an example of a location where there's a lowland raised bog in Scotland, can you? Just to help me understand that.
Yes, widely throughout the central belt and up the east coast as well. Throughout the central belt and up the west coast in places, and up the east coast as well, as far as Aberdeen.
Have you got qualifications in hydrology, or as it's sometimes called eco-hydrology?
I don't have specific qualifications, but last year, for example, the Forestry Commission Scotland asked me to conduct training with them, and also a number of consultancies as well, simply on the merit of the work that I have produced in assessing groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems, or GWDTE. So while I have no formal qualification, I think it is acknowledged that I have a degree of competence in that area.
You feel you have competence in assessing water pathways and how water behaves, underground water, of course, how it behaves?
Yes, well, up to a point. As I say, I don't have any specific training, but I use the vegetation to determine the nature and source of groundwater, for example. And in my peatland research, I use flow modelling to determine the core sources and courses of surface water and groundwater within perched groundwater within the peat bog.
Can you agree with me then that using the habitat that you find in a survey to, as it were, extrapolate as to how the water is behaving is a valid methodology?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. might take you to your inquiry report next. If you could go to chapter 15, please, which you'll find begins on page 50. Just tell me when you've got there, will you, please?
Yes, I'm ready.
In 15.1, which my own friend Mr. Mackay took you to already, you say in the third line, referring back to Dune Heath and Slack habitats, that they are collectively included as qualifying features within the SSSI. They're also referred to in the Ramsar and SBA citations for Dornoch Firth and Lochfleet, but are not qualifying features of these designations. Now, does that sentence find its way in here simply by reference back to the citations for the SPA and the Ramsar site?
Yes, that's right. Sourced at the evidence.
Thank you. Keeping that open, I wonder if you could be handed CD 5.3, which is the Ramsar site designation, citation. If you can turn to the fourth page of that document and find paragraph 19. If it's easier on your computer, of course, please use that. You have it?
Yes, just got a bit confused with it.
It's a paragraph headed Noteworthy Flora. You have it? We read there in I'm sorry, I said page 4. I think it's at the top of page 5. No, it's not. I'm sorry. I was right the first time. It's at the bottom of page 4. Assemblies. This site is internationally important because it contains the following Habitats Directive Annex 1 features. And then there's a list of features which goes on onto the next page. Now, these are qualifying features, are they, of the Ramsar site?
No, these are internationally important. The site is internationally important because it contains the following Habitats Directive 1 features. It's not always the case.
Slow down a little if you don't mind.
It's not always the case that an important habitat or species is a qualifying feature of a site. They might be there. For example, you will often see, if you look through the Annex 1 designations, it will list the qualifying features, and it will then list Annex 1 habitats or species that are included within the site, but they are not the qualifying features, so there is that distinction to be made. Try again. I'm trying to see if we can understand the correlation between priority features, priority habitat, and international importance and qualifying features. Yes, as I've just pointed out, there is distinctions between each of those.
And so is the phrase international importance one which comes about because there are certain features present, or is it something else?
Yes, in that case, but yes, in that case, yes, that's correct, but an internationally important feature is not always a qualifying feature.
Right. All right, I understand that. I'm not sure I'm quite got the answer I'm looking for yet. in this particular example, paragraph 19, we can see that whoever wrote it said the site is internationally important because it contains the following Habitats Directive Annex 1 features. And there's a list.
Yes, I accept that.
And then below that, nationally important species occurring on the site. So what I want to find out is, what is Coul Links? Internationally important or nationally important, or both?
Yes, well, if we've left the qualifying aspect behind, yes, it is internationally important and nationally important. It depends on what you're talking about. So, for example, it is internationally important for those habitats, and then it specifies that it is of national importance for those plant species.
Now, that distinction between international importance and national importance, is that, forgive me, a significant or an important distinction?
Well, yes, it is.
Why?
Well, it simply points out, because they were then required to be treated in slightly different ways during assessment. Something that would be internationally important would generally be regarded as being more important, perhaps, as it is important on an international level. Something of national importance is of importance in the national context.
Okay, well, I understand that, but if something is of national importance, it could either be of national importance on a survey basis, in other words, you find it and you realize it's of national importance, or in relation to a project, a proposal.
Yes, that's correct. It's nationally important in a number of contexts.
How should we treat, in this case, features or plants, higher plants? How should we treat, what are the different ways in which we should treat aspects of this site if they are labelled either internationally or nationally important? Should we be more careful or less careful? Is that
yes, they are more valued, so they should be treated with greater consideration.
So it's a matter of treating them with greater consideration. And is there a criteria-based approach to this? Is there a list of criteria we should apply when we're looking to develop or looking to, in this case, build a golf course?
Yes, well, that's available in the SIAM guidance.
Okay. Can we take it then as a generalization that the higher up the scale of importance, starting with local, national, international, the more careful we have to be?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that fair?
Yeah, in general terms, yes.
Point. Habitats Directive Annex 1 features. What does Annex 1 mean?
Well, that they're at the top tranche of habitats identified for protection at a European level.
Listed in the directive.
Yes, in the European Habitats Directive.
Thank you. I wonder if I could turn to something else now, please, and look at 4 maps. It's a matter I raised quickly with Dr. Cosgrove yesterday, but he passed the poison chalice on to you. These are CD 139, 40, 41, and 42. CD 1.39, 1.40, 1.41, and 1.42. Point 39 first, if everybody's with me. That's a Phase 1 habitat map, isn't it? Phase 1 habitat survey.
Yes, that's correct.
I wonder if you could find a grid reference for me. 280540, 895070. And to help you, It's just north of the figure 95, which occurs in the top left quadrant of the map. That's the northing value, 95. Were you here on Monday when Mr. Taylor was giving evidence?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember him talking about the receptor areas for translocation?
Yes.
And is this part of the area that he was talking about?
I'm not entirely sure if that's quite exactly
You're
what it
not
is, but
entirely
if you state that it is unacceptable.
You recall that I asked Mr. Taylor some questions about his maps not having a grid, and he agreed with me that they didn't have a grid. He said that nobody had asked him to apply a grid. Do you agree that a grid is necessary in order to precisely locate yourself or locate something that you found on a survey?
Yes, if you're using a map for navigation purposes, that would be an essential requirement.
Thank you. Your own maps also have a grid on them, don't they?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. What's the habitat that's recorded at that location on the Phase 1 survey map?
Dune slag.
Dune slag. Okay, now just remembering that, could you go to the map 1.40, please? At the same location. You there?
Yes.
Got it? Yeah. What's the habitat that's recorded there at the same location?
Dune slack, and it's additionally labelled with SD17 to indicate the NVC community.
A little slower, please, I'm sorry.
Dune slack is the habitat, and it is labelled additionally with the alphanumeric code SD17 to indicate the NVC community.
That community is? SD17 is what?
That's the Creeping Willow Potentilla Anserina community. Or sorry, well, that in English. It's Salix repens Potentilla Anserina community. Potentilla Salix repens Potentilla Anserina community.
We're looking at NVC habitats and doing these surveys. Is it possible to do it in winter, or must you choose a season for doing it in the optimal way?
It depends on the nature of the survey. I've undertaken surveys in winter which have been accepted by the regulators. It just depends on the nature of the vegetation that you are surveying. Peatland and upland vegetation, for example, is often dominated by perennial species, so you can see them all year round. If you're dealing with annually dominated communities, i.e. species that come and go throughout the year, then you need to be a lot more careful in when you time your survey.
And what happens to dune slacks in the winter?
They become filled with water.
Yeah. And what happens to them in the summer?
They dry out.
Yeah. And so is it easier in the winter or easier in the summer to identify any plant communities within those slack areas?
That would depend on whether they're filled with water or not. If they haven't been filled with water in the winter period, they should be reasonably, you should be able to identify them to a reasonable level.
Does this tell us that in order to get a survey which is reliable, we must do this over a 12-month period and keep going back, perhaps not that often, but perhaps 3 or 4 times to check, as you put it earlier, to reflect on your findings and to check that you have recorded accurately what you think you saw on a previous visit?
No, that's not generally undertaken. An NVC community does not necessarily need to have every single species that might flower within it present, so most surveys are done with one period of visit. Well, one period of visit, it might be over 2 or 3 weeks, it might be over a week, that depends on the site.
Is there only one methodology there, or might other people have a different methodology? I suppose to some extent it depends on resources.
Yes, I'm not aware of NVC surveys for development being timed in that manner.
Now, could you look, please, at the next map, 141? And it still has a grid on it, so you can find the same location, can you?
Yes, can.
It appears to me, at least, although this is a map on a different scale, that there is no habitat mapped at that location.
Yes, that would appear to be the case.
Excuse me?
Yes, that would appear to be the case.
Yeah. And in the legend, the last item, the last box, is a rectangular box with nothing in it, marked not a wetland.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you account for the differences between the two earlier maps and this one?
Yes, I can. We have looked at this ourselves, and what happened was it's a mistake in the legend of the GIS that went to produce the map. However, that polygon itself has been considered in the assessment, so it is basically a typological error that has no more fundamental importance than that.
What do you call it? A typological error. It's a misdescription, isn't it, on the map 141?
That implies an intent to deceive. I would just say that it's been a mistake.
Of course, I'm not suggesting that you would deceive for a minute. If I'm going to suggest that to you, you won't be in any doubt about it. Okay?
It's a mistake that may mislead, but it was not intended to be misleading, is the distinction that I'm trying to draw there.
We look at the last map, 142, find the same location again. Find it?
Yes, I'm there.
What do we find in the same location?
It's an area mapped as a potentially high GWDTE.
Apart from the obvious English language meaning of the words, what is a potentially high GWDTE?
It's an area that might have a high dependency on groundwater emerging there, but it may also be influenced to a greater or lesser degree by surface water or rainwater.
What are the criteria that you would apply in order to apply that label to this location?
Well, it's usually taken, SEPA have produced a guidance note, and you would normally assess GWDTE against that guidance note.
Well, that's part of the answer. What are the criteria, what are the physical criteria that you would look for in order to apply this label to this location?
Well, one key feature is that you often see a degree of chemical influence, additional chemical influence on a groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystem as a result of the groundwater's contact with rock and other sediments. You may also find that it is more permanently wet because it is dependent upon an aquifer within the ground, and it is therefore less subject to variations as a result of precipitation.
Would you have to apply some sort of hydrological analysis to this location in order to apply that label to the location itself?
Not especially. You can do it on ecological grounds, and you can do it quite simply in relation to the guidance as well.
Can you draw a conclusion from the habitat that you find there?
Yes, you can draw a conclusion as long as you convey the correct amount of ambiguity from the assumptions that you've made, unless you yourself are a hydrologist.
I said habitat, but can you draw a conclusion from the plant type that you find there?
Yes, absolutely. Well, the plants make up the habitat, and it's often the very specific species that will indicate to you that it is a groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystem, whereas other species might occur in a wide range of habitats, and therefore be of less value in indicating a specific set of ecological conditions.
But the species that you locate won't tell you where the water's coming from, will it?
Yes, they will do in many cases.
How will that how does it do that?
Well, you would then look for base-rich indicators, as they're called, species that are dependent upon high levels of calcium or magnesium, for example.
So your knowledge of species might tell you how much water and how much nutrient that plant is getting if it appears there.
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct, is it?
As in the Ellenberg values that have been presented in evidence, for example.
I think we've already agreed that mapping hydrological behavior, if you like, by looking at the presence of different species is a valid technique.
Yes, that's correct.
McMullen, could I move on to something else and ask you about the felled plantation area?
Yes, could I perhaps add a little point, please, if that's possible? Just in terms of the typological error, this is what's impressed me about the quality of this data. It's very precise, and, I found one other little small error. So in total, out of 400 polygons that have been mapped, that demonstrates that the accuracy is greater than 99%. So I just wanted to offer the flip side of your observation.
That's a fair comment, and I accept that you've spotted the error, but of course it isn't in your recognition or your report, so I hope you'll accept that the questions are reasonably based, because the error is there in the inquiry documentation for everybody to see. Could we look at the fell plantation area, please? I think you and Dr. Dargy disagree about certain aspects of this area.
Yes, that's correct.
That's right, isn't it? How much time have you spent in the area?
In that particular area? Probably 2 hours, maybe.
Yeah. What was the habitat before planting? Do you know?
It would have been a mix of sand dune, heath probably, and dune slack.
I'm sure it's my fault. I'm not.
It would have been a combination of dune heath and dune slack primarily.
When the trees were planted?
No, I'm not.
Do you know when the timber was removed?
No, I'm not precisely.
Just thinking about the business of ecological succession in an area like that. We heard Mr. Taylor talking about clearing the ground and allowing the plants to recolonize and so on. Did you see any success with the plants beginning the process of recolonization in that area?
Yes, I noticed species like bramble and so on doing quite well, and also mesotrophic grasses as well. I did not see any sand dune specific species starting to colonize, other than around the edges, where the edge effect would have allowed the persistence of heather, for example, despite the overbearing canopy of conifers elsewhere.
Did you see any sand sedge?
Yes, there's a small amount of sand sedge there.
What does that tell us?
That the conditions are suitable for it to be present.
Does it tell us that there's some recolonization going on?
Yes, it tells us that, there's heather persistent there and there's sand sedge persistent there. Those are sand dune species. However, I was more struck by the dominance of mesotrophic grasses and of brambles and of species that are not native to that particular habitat type.
How long would you need to wait to see whether recolonization can happen on its own? What's a reasonable period?
Well, a very rough guess, I would say 3 to 5 years. Well, a rough estimate, I would say 3 to 5 years.
Does that bring it to a stable state, or does it just, or what happens?
Well, no, you would begin to see the first indications there, but, there is a dynamic succession of habitats on the dune system. The dune heath, for example, is becoming colonized with scrub, and so you don't reach a stable end point necessarily. That used to be considered in ecology, but now we consider more patch dynamics, for example.
More path dynamics?
Patch dynamics.
Patch dynamics.
So to refer to the dune heath, for example, which has been well studied in this regard, the heather bush will grow up and eventually it will start to collapse and open up again. So what was previously dominated by the canopy of heather will then become open ground once more. Mosses and lichens and so on will colonise. So it's what Dr. Coppins referred to as a stability of instability, quite nicely.
In the process of recolonisation, does an ecologist have to think about the pathways that plants will have to take in order to colonise on that area?
Yes, you mean the physical pathways for them
Yes.
to actually reach that area?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, although that's rather difficult because there's a large stochastic influence as well, just the probability of a seed landing in a particular place in which it can germinate.
Might any of the process of recolonisation depend on the nutrient levels?
Yes, absolutely.
And will the fallen tree material, the brash and the pine needles, will that affect the nutrient levels in the receiving soil?
Yes, well, it will be very variable. It will depend on where the organic material from the rotting branches and trunks and so on accumulate. And then that increase in organic matter allows the soil to hold more nutrients as well as providing nutrients.
What's the prescription for that area that the development is recommending?
Yes, that's the receptor area for the Dune Heath translocation. Yes, that would appear to be the case. Oh, well, to make a good contact between the soil substrates.
Going in your inquiry report, please, to 1110. You talk there about a species called false oatgrass. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
You say fixed dune grassland habitat on ferry links, that's another site, failed because of the high proportion of false oatgrass. A similar feature is anticipated for the dune grassland established in the footprint of the felled plantation. Here, false oatgrass is dominant in association with other neutral grassland species. This group of species is used to identify negative trends in dune vegetation. I'm just keen to understand what you mean by negative trends in dune vegetation.
Well, distinctiveness of vegetation is one of the valued features of it. So once these species start to establish within an area of dune grassland, it starts to lose its character of being a dune grassland, and it becomes a mesotrophic grassland that you can find in any number of habitats, road verges, abandoned fields, and so on.
So negative trends in dune vegetation, what does that mean? Crowding out the dune habitats in favour of something more commonly occurring?
Yes, that's correct. It's less distinctive.
You say towards the foot, marram grass and other species and features distinctive to dune grassland are present immediately beyond the boundary of the felled plantation. This relates, probably should read, this relates to the impact that the cover and felling of the plantation has had on the original dune vegetation, Is marram grass present in the area where the trees were felled?
I did not observe it there. It seemed to be present immediately beyond the boundary of the fell plantation. There may be one or two small plants, but in general I did not see it there.
Is that a colonising species, or is it a relatively static
The
species?
marram grass? Yes, it's a good colonist if it has the opportunity to do so. You can see that in the Dune Heath, for example.
Are you familiar with a species called wavy hairgrass?
Yes, I certainly am.
Is it identified on the site at all?
Yes, it occurs scattered through here and there. It's within the felled plantation, and, well, I would say it occurs throughout the site where relatively open habitats are present for it to colonise into.
I couldn't find a reference to it, and it may be my fault. I couldn't find a reference to it in the environmental statement.
Yes, that's fine. There'll be quite a few species that are present on the site, not necessarily listed in the environmental statement. That's fairly typical. The purpose of a vegetation survey is not a floristic survey. It's a survey of vegetation and habitats.
With a distinction between a vegetation survey and a floristic survey.
Yeah, a vegetation survey goes out and maps the vegetation in relation to the National Vegetation Classification, and species are of importance there in defining those vegetation communities. But rare species that occur sporadically throughout that particular habitat are not necessary to define that vegetation community. So the vegetation community will focus on the species that are of importance in characterising the vegetation community.
And how do we assess importance? Is it a matter of rarity or numerical presence?
It's a number of features like the National Vegetation Classification. It considers the cover of the species and also the frequency of those species between sample points. So it's a combination of measures.
You see, if we're working towards a conservation effort, which your clients say they are in this case, then it's important to know precisely what's there, is it not? Rather than generally what's there.
Not really. It's the same approach as you would take in the ecological impact assessment. You're looking for likely significant effects. You know, if you considered every single species in turn, as I've already described, you end up in an impossible situation where you've got an absolutely massive matrix and then you run up against knowledge gaps. So it's a pragmatic approach that's been born of experience in undertaking impact assessments, and that's the approach that we take today.
But where does pragmatism shade into generality, rendering the analysis completely useless? We can see vegetation, we can say that is vegetation, but it might be 20 or 30 or 50 species in a given study area. The area itself is designated for its plant assemblage. That means individual members of that assemblage. And so surely the effort must go into careful identification of the members of the assemblage. Sorry if that's not quite the right scientific phrase, but I think you see what I mean. Surely the effort must go into identification, careful identification of the members of that class that are present.
That's impossible. There is no botanist who can confidently identify every single plant, every single lichen, every single algae, every single moss, every single liverwort, every single stonewort that might be present within a community. So that is why a more pragmatic approach is taken, because it's just simply impossible. You might have 200 or 300 species within a site, just vascular plants. You then have the lichens and so on. So, you know, that's just the approach that's taken. It's written in the NVC handbook. It's written in the SIEM guidance.
Well, come back to my question then. When does this practical, pragmatic approach shade into mere generality?
That's a very good question, and not one that I could necessarily answer, but in general terms and in specific terms, you know, for example, the NVC communities themselves relate that. So the H11C community, as I've already mentioned, is regarded as the species poor community, and in noting the composition of the vegetation, you would include observations on the species richness, the evenness, and other impacts.
Does richness mean plurality of species?
Yes.
Or does it mean presence of the big presence of one species?
No, that would be evenness. Species richness just simply is a fairly straightforward count of how many species are there with no consideration of their distribution within the vegetation.
Plurality of species?
Yes, that's correct.
I wonder if you'd pick up NC90, please. which is a table from the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland. It's page 194 in that production. It's 194, please, Dr. McMullen. How are we doing for time? Have you got the page?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Do you recognise that plant community ST12XY as being present in the fell plantation area?
Not in such a well-developed form as this. I would say some of the species, I would need a wee bit of time to go through it, but yes.
Sorry, can I just check I'm looking at the right page? This is 194 on the document itself, not on the PDF, so it's table A6.29. Am I looking at the right thing?
Yes, that's page 183 in the version now that I have.
Internal numbering 183.
Yes, a small number of these species are present, but the main ones that are present are the fairly generic, widespread species that aren't necessarily that specific to this one community. Yes, I do. Yes, you can see it just, yes, it's a little obscure at the moment. It's a very small, fine-leaved grass, but it is there. But I would point out, wavy hairgrass occurs in numerous different habitats. It's a very widespread and common species. I would say it would be common in nearly every single of the drier habitats at Coul Links.
I can't hear him if I switch the LEDs on. In your inquiry report, you seem to focus to a large extent on two plant species, Baltic rush and shoreweed.
Yes, that was the nature of the report, was to focus on those two species.
Yeah. Could you tell me why that was?
There were just two of the species that were present on the site that particular concerns had been raised about, in terms of the Baltic rush, the potential for loss of its population as a consequence of the golf course being constructed, and the shoreweed was of interest for the same reason, and additionally because it was proposed that it was forming an Annex 1 habitat type within the site.
How many locations of Baltic rush did you find?
Nine different places, although I subdivided one area into an additional 4 subunits. No, I found it in 9 particular areas, but I also divided one of those areas into 4 subunits. So 13 in total.
30. 30. 13.
Sorry, 12.
12.
Yeah, double counting one of the subunits.
Is this a species which is vulnerable to improved nutrition?
No, not at all. One of the locations that I found it in was actually in the improved grassland field next to the sand dune system. And so it is, you could argue that it is vulnerable to nitrogen, but not directly. It's simply vulnerable because if you get a large amount of nitrogen, faster, taller growing plants will be able to accelerate above and outcompete it.
Itself is not vulnerable, but its competitors may be vulnerable to increased nitrate. And
its competitors are favoured by increased nitrate, so they can push it out. Within the field, it was obvious that there was like a little slack of sorts, so the water logging and stress caused by that probably kept its competitors down, so the shoreweed was able to persist there, even though the nutrient levels were quite high, because its competitors weren't then able to take advantage of those high nutrient levels, because they were stressed by the water logging.
As far as shoreweed is concerned, what's the significance of shoreweed?
Well, in this case, it was considered significant because it was thought to be forming an Annex 1 habitat, which Stuart Angus and myself both felt was not correct. And it's also something of a notable species. I can't quite remember its designations now. It may be nationally scarce.
In which part of the site have you recorded it?
Well, I found it throughout the site, but within dune slack habitats.
Yeah. I'm told that it is recorded in the north part of the site, around the area known as Lochlan Con. Are you familiar with that?
Is that that's right up against the shore, is it?
Yes. What's striking in the competing ecological evaluations is that Dr. Dargy's estimate of the extent of that plant is roughly twice yours.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you account for that?
Yes, well, I missed it in places. Part of the problem that I faced was that I was undertaking the survey in November, so it was a little more challenging to find these plants. The Baltic rush in particular, it started to die off. And vegetation had collapsed on top of them as well. I make that clear at the start of the report.
And what was the period, remind me again, how long you took to do the survey that you reported?
4 days.
4 days.
Yes, I'm there. Yes, I do. Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. Yes, it's a marginal sort of dune slack. It's an unusual habitat location. You don't often see shoreweed forming such an even turf as that. So, but yeah, you would include it as a slack. It's certainly periodically inundated.
If the fairway is to go here, then the shoreweed will have to be removed as well as the dune slack habitat.
Yes, that's correct. There is always the possibility of translocation, though that hasn't been included in the ES.
No, quite. No. Can I ask you some questions about Meadowsweet? I understand yesterday that Meadowsweet was observed in several locations. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you consider it to be an invasive species at Coul?
Yes, at Coul Links, in that context, yes, I consider it to be invasive.
Meaning what? That it can be cut back, or should be cut back, transplanted, or dug up, or what's to happen?
Well, calling it invasive makes no observations on any action that should be taken. I'm just simply referring to the fact that it's forming a very dense, closed, tall sward that overwhelms the shorter stature dune slack vegetation beneath.
Minutes ago, crowding out the competitors.
Yes, exactly.
Or it's a competitor, or just crowding out the lesser plants. Is that right? Have you cooperated with Dr. Bowie at all in the production of your inquiry report?
Yes, to a small extent, yes.
There are one or two places where it appears that you are offering, if you like, a hydrology opinion in relation to water behavior, and I just wonder if that is your opinion or whether that's Dr. Bowie's.
Yes, no, that's based on my observations.
Your own observations. There's no water analysis data in your inquiry report, is there?
No, that's
correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And no nutrient content analysis from soil samples in your data.
Yes, that's correct. As we discussed earlier, it was inferred from the vegetation.
You make some general observations about the effect of bird guano on the nitrogen content of soil. Apart from the general observations you make, have you attempted at all to analyze the quantities or the quality of this guano or the effect it has on soil composition and nitrate composition?
No, and I'm a botanist, not really a soil scientist as
Indeed.
such, but
Yeah.
you know, I merely observed the distribution of the meadowsweet and inferred that from discussion with the ornithologists that was exactly the same place as the overwintering birds would generally roost.
A contribution to a change in nitrate levels,
Yes, very much so.
but you're not in a position to quantify that.
No, not at all. I didn't really feel that it was necessary within the scope of my report. There are other cases, though Dr. Dargy refers to an area of eutrophication that has occurred in dune slacks as a consequence of overwintering birds, and it's a phenomenon well known in water bodies as well.
No, I just wanted to know whether you'd gone beyond the general observation, but you don't seem to have done that. Dr. McMullen, thank you very much. I have no more questions. Much
Okay,
obliged.
thank you.
Sir, thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Just bear with us for a moment, please. Thank you. Mr. Liddell has a few questions for you, please, Dr. McMullen.
Good afternoon, Dr. McMillan. Can we look at your inquiry report, please, and paragraph 6.13 first of all? Maybe 5 or 6 questions to go through, but the first is at 6.13. So in answering Mr. Campbell's questions, there was a discussion about Baltic Rush and whether or not its presence was, let me just find it. Actually, it may be shoreweed. Bear with me a second, sorry. Yes, sorry. This is in relation to shoreweed and the two habitat types that it can be associated with. And it was probably just a point of clarification, so as I understand the position that the first one, which I think is so H3130 is not present at Coul. For the other one, which was 83110, my reading of your the inquiry statement was that it was saying that there are several plants that could be associated with that habitat. If only one of them existed, if only one of them was present, then that was enough to make it that habitat type. One of them was present, which was shoreweed, but then you concluded that it still wasn't that habitat type. Now, in reading through, I got the sense that that was perhaps to do with that it's a kind of transitional area, and therefore it's not doesn't fully constitute that H3110 habitat type. But I just wondered if you could help me just with an explanation of what you're saying there. Thank you.
Okay, what paragraph are you at? Sorry.
So it starts. I think this is under designations at 6.18, and then right through to 6.13, where that narrative that I've just set out, I think, is 6.8 to 6.13. Sorry.
Yes, H13130 was discounted somewhat on the physical environment, as it's normally associated with upland lochans, and it's also generally associated with that list of species that occurs in the latter half of paragraph 6.9.
Yeah, I got that. It was the H3110 that I wasn't clear what you were saying.
Yes, and it was also because the shoreweed is at Coul is generally present in monospecific stands that are fairly dynamic features. It probably comes and goes. Well, it probably becomes more abundant and perhaps less abundant, depending on the level of water in any particular year filling the slacks. And as well as that, the sort of physical environment, the associated lacustrine lake environment, and the species, and it usually forms a clear zonation around the inner edge of lochans, so those physical characteristics weren't present. So in a sense, rather than forming a habitat on its own right, the shoreweed is just present as a plant within other habitats. Professor Angus has also written on this matter, which is a useful account.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a look at 6.33 then, please? Sorry, 6.33. That says, I think there was a discussion just a little while ago about the potential for transplantation, and at 6.33 it says Baltic rush locations J04 and J05 can be translocated within the extensive areas of dune slag. Is that part of the proposal?
No, that this is additional to what has already been proposed.
Just bear with me just till I get the next one. This is just a more general question for you. At 13.4, please. It's more a general point rather than the particular conclusion you reach here, but this is where you're making conclusions on invasive species and you're summarising the benefits of some of the management actions that would help address some of those issues. I just wondered whether you had a view on the more general proposition as to whether those benefits would overall outweigh any adverse impacts which might arise as a result of the development.
Yes, as I sort of tried to allude to earlier on, I think there's a massive amount of scope to sort of improve the habitats. The dune slacks, for example, they could actually be lowered with the same turf stripping equipment that's going to be used to translocate the dune heath.
Sorry to interrupt.
Too fast? Yes. Right. Sorry. But yeah, no, that offers considerable potential because there's in a way the increased productivity that arises as a result of the nitrogen inputs to the dune slacks, that can be overcome by lowering the slacks, so the substrate that the plants can then colonise is waterlogged for a longer period of time, and that reintroduces a degree of stress upon the plants that will help prevent the tall-growing meadowsweet, for example, doing so well and overtopping the more diminutive species. And likewise, as SNH acknowledged within the dune grassland, it's a similar approach to the strimming of the dune grassland. It just allows more diminutive species in. And opportunities such as to even just clear the meadowsweet in places offers enhanced biodiversity options.
Okay, so there's two things. There's not any proposal to lower the dune slack areas, is there?
No, not at this point, but I think there's Sorry, would you rather me stick to the ones?
Okay, so yeah, let's leave that aside. But the more general proposition was appreciating what you say about those benefits in the overall balance. Are those greater than the adverse impacts? If you see what I mean, overall, do you think those benefits assessed against any impacts which might result from the development, that in the balance that the effects are positive or are they negative?
Yes, no, I think in combination they are positive, especially whenever you consider that there's a number of potential threats that have yet to be fully realised, lurking in the background, such as the burnet rose that was pointed out yesterday, for example. I do think that the links would benefit from a lot more guardianship.
Okay, thank you. A couple more questions, I think. Yes, so if we can have a look at your table 7, which I think is where you're responding to some of the points raised by not Coul, and it's line B11 of that table 7. I'm not sure what page it's on. It's B7, so that's page 68 on the document itself. Yeah, I'm sorry, B11 is where I'm looking for. Sorry, B11.
E11.
B11.
Sorry, was that B or E?
I'm sorry, B.
Right.
Bravo. So the comment from Not Cool, which I think it is a funded PhD on Fonseca seed fly does not amount to mitigation, and your response is no comment. I just wondered, do you have a view on that point?
Well, yes, absolutely. You know, mitigation can't really go ahead until we have a better understanding of the Fonseca seed fly. At the moment, we know we know too little about it. We don't know its host plant. We don't know its distribution and so on. So for any mitigation to be successful or to even operate, we do need to have a study such as a PhD on the species.
So does that mean we should consider that as not being mitigation, that the offer of a PhD or the intention to do one, we shouldn't count that as mitigation?
No, that's the first step in any mitigation, because any mitigation can't proceed without that knowledge.
Just a point arising from that, Dr. McMullen. Normally when we're talking about mitigation, we first need to know the effect or the impact that we're mitigating against. But from what you're saying, the lack of knowledge about the Fonseca seed fly suggests we don't know what impact we're mitigating against. In which case, how do we know whether the mitigation would be successful?
Yes, that's a good question. I think we've got some idea of its distribution. It does appear to be that the seaward-facing face of the front dune is where most of the flies were found. So it would seem to me that because that area is unlikely to be disturbed, then there's very unlikely to be an impact on the Fonseca seed fly. It has been found elsewhere on the site, but of course such a small fly, can easily get blown around in winds and so on. Midges, for example, famously drop to the ground in wind speeds of more than 5 miles an hour. So, it is a species that can be dispersed by that means, even if it doesn't intend to go to a particular location.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is it might be the last question I have. Another table later on, which I think is possibly also responding to not Coul, points raised by not Coul. But this is at page 83 of your inquiry report.
Yes, I'm there.
And yes, and you were taken to this. I can't remember by whom, but this was gone over earlier. And so the line which is for the northern brown Argus butterfly, which is the fourth entry down, and I think you were being asked about not Coul's conclusions. And the second bullet you say there, second bullet in your final column, further details on location, etc., need to be considered before reaching a conclusion. And I think in responding, you were characterising that as being about not Coul's conclusion. So I would ask the same question about the conclusion in the ES. Is it enough? Would further details on location, etc., be needed to support the conclusion that the ES reaches on this species?
Yes, possibly. I'm not 100% familiar. The population at Coul Links is not of national importance, was a reference to the ES. But I think we need to if further details need to really be probably reached before reaching a really firm conclusion. However, it was not a likely significant effect that was identified within the ES, so it seems to have been reasonably scoped out, and it was not something that was raised, obviously, by SNH either. And I think my observation was really just to divaricate so markedly and to state a significant adverse. Not Coul really needed a wee bit more information just to make that statement.
Okay, Dr. McMahon, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, when you're ready, can we have your further questions?
Thank you, sir. Going back to your evidence this morning on fragmentation, you asked some questions about the possible effect of the paths. One aspect of Mr. Taylor's evidence that wasn't discussed with you was that he favoured the retention of paths with dune grassland being reinstalled rather than imported turf. In your opinion, what effect would that have in relation to addressing fragmentation or connectivity?
Yes, it's likely to reduce the effect of it quite considerably. The paths, in a sense, are often the same habitat as what is adjacent. It's just they suffer from trampling and consequently have a lower stature, and you might lose a number of species. So for a ground-moving beetle, perhaps, it's not going to notice as marked a change as it might, say, moving between a piece of astroturf and a piece of dune grassland. So within the paths, the structure of the vegetation will change, but the vegetation will remain largely similar to what it already was.
The issue of loss of connectivity, as I understand it, is because the species, whatever it is, let's assume at the moment it's invertebrates, that it may be deterred from going into the open as opposed to remaining within cover of the habitat is one aspect of it. So essentially it's a change in habitat that it doesn't like and therefore doesn't want to make use of. Does that occur in nature at the moment with other different site features in the sites such as Coul links, where there be a change in habitat that may be avoided by a species?
Yeah, there's massive changes ongoing. A lot of the species within the dune slacks, for example, will now be deterred from areas in which the meadowsweet is becoming dominant. And it's not just the living presence of the meadowsweet, it's also its accumulations of litter, which will build up over time. Which will build up over time to create quite a deep bed, which can suppress the vegetation further. If you then go on to the dune areas, the upstanding parts, where the Bonnet Rose is, you're seeing a relatively dense dune grassland being invaded by that shrub. And then what you're seeing underneath that is a much, much, much more dense grassland. And, just by virtue of its physical thickness, it's hard for organisms to make passage through that. It's very deep and it's thick, so it's completely changing the microclimate. So yes, these natural processes and others, will markedly change the connectivity. And in fact, I think it's quite interesting when you look at the map that I produced of the dune heath that we looked at earlier. Yes, and also 3A and 3B, those large big holes in the middle of the dune heath.
Have that out. If you turn to those, please, and then refer to. Perhaps you could answer it under reference to the areas that my friend discussed with you, 1, 2, 3, and 4, when you're pointing at the large holes in it as you discussed it.
Yeah, well, the large holes between 1, 2, and 3, that is actually as a consequence of gorse spreading. That's already done that. So that, as you can see, has already on its own probably created more issues for connectivity than the addition of the golf course. So if we take that gorse out now, we would actually open up that connectivity once more once the dune heath had re-established back in again. So you could argue that by swapping a golf course for the dense gorse that's there already, you will have a similar effect, perhaps possibly less, because it'll be managed more proactively.
making the point throughout your evidence during cross-examination about the flip sides to the negatives that were being put to you. The inquiry's already heard about benefits, biodiversity benefits of bare sands, and I don't think that's disputed by SNH. If that's treated as a benefit, is there also a negative so far as connectivity is concerned?
No, not especially. It'll actually enhance connectivity for the species associated with that bare sand. They're often referred to as colonists or shuttle species. So if you have more of little patches of bare sand into which they have colonised, you then have more sources for them to colonise new patches of sand, so you actually increase connectivity, and those patches don't need to be adjacent to each other.
You were asked, or it was put to you, that areas, in relation to areas 2 and 3 that were marked onto the June Heath maps, would be significantly affected by the imposition of the golf course. And your response to that was that there would be some change to the shape of the June Heath. More than one occasion you answered that type of question by referring to the shape. What was the point that you were making by referring to the shape?
Yeah, well, it's simply the distribution. I don't think you can necessarily assume a loss of connectivity because the shape has changed, or there's a loss of direct connectivity. It depends on the responsibility, the decisions, the ecology and the behaviour of those species, and especially on a mobile sand dune habitat, a lot of species have the ability to overcome those gaps and so on, otherwise they wouldn't be here today. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. I also just focused on shape simply because it was the simplest way to approach what is actually an incredibly complex area of ecology that, as I've mentioned, there's a lot of uncertainty still within it.
Could you look at your conclusion on connectivity and fragmentation at paragraph 20.3, page 62, please? You say in the last sentence, as a result, the effect of fragmentation is minor and not significant, and this view is supported by the viability of already isolated dune heath areas. What do you mean by that view being supported by the viability of already isolated dune areas?
Yeah. Yes, there are little satellite areas of dune heath, and they persist with an assemblage of species typical of dune heath, so the fact that they're already there and they're persistent and they're obviously functioning demonstrates that you don't necessarily need to have everything in a large, big, connected block. The species can cope with that fragmentation.
And just to be clear, if we look at the larger of the figures, figure 1, what would you define as small isolated species? You discussed the large areas with my friend Mr. Mackay, but what would you define from this figure as small isolated areas?
Yeah, it's down in the southeast, on the eastern side, in the south. It's that sort of little chain of islands, if you like.
And did you survey that as well?
Not in any great detail, no, that wasn't what I was out to do.
When you say then that they have survived, what is the significance of the fact that the habitat itself has survived?
What I mean more, they have persisted, if you see what I mean. Obviously in the past the dunes would have been an awful lot more mobile, things would have moved around. So the dune heath would have occurred in smaller and larger patches distributed throughout the whole area. So, this is just the end stage of that, if you like, as everything is now starting to become more fixed.
insofar as there may be partial disconnection or disconnection resulting from the bottlenecks that I've discussed with you, what steps could you take to address that?
Well, I think improving the quality of the H11C heath that's now currently very closed. You know, as I mentioned earlier, we can we can mow that, we can strim it, we can introduce bare sand patches. So rather than just being one dense, continuous sward of heather that suppresses lichens, suppresses invertebrates and so on, it becomes more open, it becomes more diverse, there's greater patch dynamics, there's greater biodiversity, there's greater movement of species through it and so on.
You accepted that the study that you present, or the analysis that you present in this section of your evidence, is not intended to be the equivalent of an EIA assessment. Does the inquiry have any other evidence such as this that is an analysis of what's occurring, either what's occurring now in terms of baseline fragmentation, or what might be expected to occur in the future if the site was left alone and not actively managed?
No, there isn't, and that's why it was produced, to fill that shortfall. Because a lot of observations have been made on these things, but no evidence or maps or whatever have been produced to substantiate them.
And in that connection, I think there was a disagreement between yourself and the learned friend, Mr. Mackay, remaining at the end, where in relation to your tables, table 5 for June Heath, your evidence was that you believe your table points out what connection there'll be once the golf course is established. Could you look at table 5, please? That's on page 56.
Yes.
And could you explain what you meant by that as to why it is you believe it demonstrates what the connection will be?
Well, the section on notes, you could really say, you could actually just call that post-construction configuration if you wanted to. Well, maybe I should have. So, for example, at C, it says a connection via unmodified habitat remains to the west, and so on. Other similar statements are made.
You mentioned removal of gorse, etc., and how that relates to the plan that we see, or the figures that we see at the moment. What's your position in relation to further removal of trees that's proposed?
Yes, I think that's quite fundamentally important. The trees have the same effect as the gorse, but it's perhaps just a little bit more intensive, just because you get an awful lot more. Well, the birches that are spreading on, they're quite well known for improving habitats in the sense that they increase the productivity. And what's quite important about the June heath is that it's low productivity. So once you get birch trees spreading into an area of heath, you start to get an increase in organic matter within the soil, which is undesirable in the June heath. Earthworms and so on start to build up quite dramatically. So you get quite profound changes in the entire biogeochemical cycling of the June heath, which the gorse does as well, but the trees are just an awful lot more effective at it.
Well, for Mr. Campbell asked you some questions regarding eco-hydrology, and I think you agreed with him that you thought it was a valid methodology to use habitat, as it was put to you, to find out how water behaved within a site. What use do you personally make of any information that you have available in relation to hydrology or geology or landfall? Regarding the behaviour of water in the site, if you're trying to understand what is occurring?
Yes, well, I use various data sources to help me with that, the British hydrogeological mapping and so on, and the vegetation, and I usually just use it to assess the potential impact of wind farm developments and so on areas of upland habitat in most cases.
So that's your experience of using those sources of information to arrive at a conclusion or understanding of the effects of the hydrology of the site. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and also in training, such as for the Forestry Commission and other consultancies, as I mentioned. And also for forestry applications too, actually, now that I think of it. And in reconstructing woodlands as well, actually. And in restoring woodlands as well, it's quite an important factor.
There are some questions regarding the felled plantation areas and remnants of dune habitat species within those areas. Without any management, which species would you expect to colonise and dominate first?
Well, I think that's actually already happened to a certain degree. And whenever I visited it and I saw the amount of mesotrophic grasses, the false-oat grass, the Yorkshire fog and so on, you know, and there's very little marram grass in there, and then even worse, the bramble overtops all of that. So if you like, a lot of the ecological space is already starting to get used up by these indistinctive species that occur widely, and that makes the opportunities for typical dune species to colonise less and less and less.
There was one point that you were asked regarding how you decide, I think this was under reference to the Ramsar citation, how you decide the relative importance of features, particularly where they're mentioned in something like a Ramsar citation, and you made reference to the Siam Guidelines 2016. Could you turn to page 16?
Sir, it probably doesn't matter, but these are the superseded 2016 version of the guidance. It may not matter at all, but just point it out.
I think in your evidence it was the 2016 guidance you referred to, was it?
Yes, I wasn't being specific, but this is the one I've been most familiar with, although more others.
We see in chapter 4 there's a discussion of important ecological factors, and there's a subheading determining importance, and then from 4.3 onwards there's a list of designated sites in box 13, and Ramsar sites are one of those. Described as statutory sites designated or classified under international conventions or European legislation, for example, and we find Ramsar sites there. And there's a point made in the first bullet point that it's not unusual for there to be overlapping designations. And then if you turn to paragraph if you look at 4.4 at the top of the page, It says ecologists may identify ecological features that are not included in lists of important sites or features but considered important on the basis of expert judgment. And then there's a number of examples given. From the work that you've done, Dr. McMullen, over the years, do you frequently have to exercise judgment in order to come to a view as to what you would regard as the importance of the particular feature?
Yes, though I would say I do that within a very well-defined framework.
And is that the Institute's framework?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you look down, please, to paragraph 4.12, dealing with multiple designations, it says that the ecologic impact assessment should consider the impact of the development in respect of each of the features of each of the designations, carefully distinguishing between them in accordance with the respective legislation and policy, and then gives examples such as SSSI's together with Natura site designations. It appears Ireland has its own designation. Thank you, Dr. McMullen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson, and thank you very much, Dr. McMullen. Right, I'm going to give you the opportunity, if you wish, to introduce the next witness, but I imagine that you would prefer to leave Dr. Barry till the next available day next week, but I'm entirely in your hands.
Thank you, sir. For a number of reasons, I would like to leave Dr. Barry until next week. But since he's advised me that he's not available on Tuesday, it'd probably be preferable not to split him over the weekend, a long weekend.
Okay. I imagine everyone else is happy with that in the circumstances then, that we draw a line now for this week, and then that we resume at 9:30 on Tuesday morning. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we close, apart from the need to clear the room for the function that's taking place this weekend? Anything else?
Sir, I understand that Mr. Hughes is not able to leave Glasgow before Monday night, and so would rather come second on Tuesday. I'm perfectly happy with that. I got Professor Hanson to come on Monday. He's got some graphical material which he wants to show on a projector, which is already lodged, of course. I have availability of a screen and projector. It would be quite difficult in this room for everybody to see the screen unless it's put behind you, which would mean you standing, which would require you to turn around. I'll experiment with this over the weekend and see if it's really practical or whether we can manage with paper.
Well, if it's material that we already have,
It is, yeah.
I have an instinctive distrust of actually having to project material that we've already had the opportunity to see. I appreciate often a representation is easier to see if it's larger on a large screen, but most of us are experienced in interpreting what's before us.
You know what university academics are like, so they like to show off and have a large screen to point to. But sorry. Of course, there is no personal innuendo in that remark at all. But anyway, it's not. Mr. Collar's gone, but I'm by RSPB that Dr. Hughes would be better in the afternoon. Is he, Doctor? Mr. Hughes would be better in the afternoon.
Okay, I think we provisionally put him number 2 in the running order. That's fine. Okay. If there's nothing else to raise, then thank you all for your patience, and we'll close now and resume at 9:30 on Tuesday. Thank you.